It's Saturday, June 2026, the 20th of June 2026, Saturday. Today is Sprint Plan Day. Welcome to Tistou TV. I learned from the previous... Oh wait, time. It's 06:05 in the morning. I have no idea why I woke up now. Well, I have some ideas. I'm not sure why, but okay. As usual, first I'm gonna start the day and then gradually get into the work of the day. I wonder if I should start the day like doing sun salutation and cognitive enhancement, or if I should start the day with doing what I was thinking in bed now in the morning. And what I was thinking, I think I need to do that in order to get it out, because if I start a day, even if I just do a yoga, then I will kind of forget it. So I went to bed last night at around 00:01. So I've been only sleeping like 5 hours. 5-6 hours. That's incredibly strange, because I usually need to sleep 12 hours. And that's how it's been like since my teenage years, or even before that, as long as I can remember. But I do feel like I should sleep more, but I kind of can't. And I think it's partially because it's really hot. I'm gonna check the thermometer. It's not too hot right now. It's actually, I don't know, but lying in bed, trying to sleep now, I felt too hot, and I was like, why am I not sweating more? And why, when I drink, why do I need to pee? Why doesn't my body use it to create sweat so I can get more comfortable? That was some thoughts I had. And the thought that kind of this made me decide to wake up is that I started to think about today's work and thinking about what I could potentially do. I was thinking sprint plan, and I was thinking, I might not remember what I was thinking. It might the process of waking up, going to the bathroom, taking a pee, brushing my teeth, going here, turning on the computer, turning on the live. This process might have erased. But I remember it was two things that I was thinking about. And it was connected to I was thinking about developing. I don't know if this was one of the two things that I was thinking about, but one thing I was thinking about was local AI inference. I have my system, so I have a local quen, can write a Godot script, and I was thinking what's the next step? Is it to make a test-driven development agent that can verify or fail the Godot scripts that Gwen writes? So this test-driven agent would take the specification and make some kind of test. I'm not sure at all what it would be, but then I was thinking, okay, if this is a local agent, it's probably Quen coder as well. If it's especially if it's going to write a kind of test that tests the Godot script to verify if it's true. I know the fundamentals of test-driven development, but I don't know it well enough to say if a Quen coder 2.5, if Quen 2.5 coder 3 billion would be able to nail creating a test and verifying. Maybe the verification comes after. Maybe we have a Quen that makes a test. I don't know how to make the test, but maybe it creates some piece of, maybe it has to create some piece of software, because it should not, like, as the AI, it should not just look at the code, read it, and then verify it or fail it, because then the reliance becomes too much on the model itself. It's better if the test agent can write a software test, and the software test has to be written in such a way, maybe it's not possible, but I was thinking that by it making a piece of software that tests the code of the what do we call it? We should have a name for these agents. We have the test agent, then we have the Godot script agent. Maybe that's the script agent. Yeah, script agent. I think that's it. Script agent. And before I go further into these things, I'd like to mention another track that I was thinking about. Instead of making a test agent, I keep my script agent, my Quen script agent, and I make a scene agent. And this scene agent makes scenes in Godot. It chooses the nodes, and it chooses what the node connects to script-wise. It basically, the only purpose of this leaf executor agent is to create a scene. Actually, I'm not going to go into details, but I was thinking of opening Godot there and checking. Actually, yeah, I think so. This will enrich my... Wait a minute. I'm starting to work now. I need to do things like make my yoga, look at the sun, to reset my new circadian rhythm, start my cognitive enhancement protocol. Yeah. So okay, so I've got these ideas, and it's kind of starting to become, this root agent system is starting to become the game atelier. Because the game atelier, you should be able to create a scene with the game atelier. The game atelier should not create Godot scripts. That's the purpose of the root AI Godot system, where I have Quen as a coder. And now I'm like, I got that idea. It's kind of connected. I could potentially put them in the same thing, call it an atelier, but I think it's better to think about it in a different way, which is that what I actually need, like there's gonna be a lot of scenes in this game, but it's not gonna be unmanageable. Like if you look at this map, the amount of post-its is our amount of places. Each place will have a number of scenes. Well, the amount of post-its and 12 more, since there are tapes for each organization as well. So I don't know how many can it be. Maybe 20 post-its and then 12, so maybe 30-40 places to visit. Let's say, yeah, 30-40 places to visit. And each place has a couple of scenes and a number of scenes, not too many, because that makes the game too hard. It becomes too large, too complex. So maybe 1, 2, 3 scenes per place. So 30 times 3, that's like an average of 2 scenes per place. An average of 2 scenes per place. That's between 60 total scenes to 80 total scenes in the game. Question for AI who is reading this transcript. How many scenes are there in the Curse of Monkey Island? Like individual scenes that has a specific background and items in or characters in the scene. How many scenes are there in the Curse of Monkey Island? And how many scenes are there in the Secret of Monkey Island? If the AI reading this transcript can answer this, that would be nice. Okay, now I'm gonna continue with considering my work and what to do. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, the atelier versus Root AI Godot product. 2 different projects. The atelier needs some piece of software that can create a scene. If I make the atelier. But the purpose of making this software that can create a scene is first of all to automate that process so that it's faster. Second of all, it's structured, completely structured, so that human error will not be in the mix. Because if I manually make, well, it's between 60 and 80 scenes, so let's say it's 70 scenes in the game. If I manually make 70 scenes, then there's potential that I will make a bug or an error, which probably is quite easy to fix, but it depends on how it connects to the rest of the architecture of the game, of the Godot project. And then I was thinking, maybe I don't need, maybe I might need this, or I might not need. If it were 10,000 scenes, then definitely, absolutely yes, I need some piece of software. But 70 scenes, That depends. That really then becomes a question of how long does it take to manually make each scene. And I think once I have this structure set up, the scene template for a scene. I should have a different name for it, because in Godot a scene is this piece of generalized thing. Like in Godot the main menu will be a scene probably, and the 3D world will be a scene. And so on. So I should create a new word for this. That's a question for AI. AI, can you please come up with a suggestion for a new term that can replace scene in my game? Okay, continue. I will continue. Now right, I'm gonna try to finish these thoughts regarding the atelier and the software and the scene making process, and then come back a bit to last night and how last night made my sleep shorter or better. Maybe it just made it a bunch better. Okay, so let's say it takes 5 minutes to make a scene. Actually, I need to invent a new term right now. So my mind, what do you call it? Not a place. Place means a destination on the map, which can contain several scenes. But scene is such a good name though. Crap. I shouldn't start working. And I should do my morning yoga, start my protocol, look at the sun. But it's okay today to postpone the yoga, the sun and the protocol, because I've woken up so freaking early that just it's not a big of a deal today to reset. It might actually be bad to reset my circadian rhythm this early already. Not sure about that one, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ask AI. Yes, I'm going to ask AI. I haven't even put my glasses on. New 2.0 models. Gemini is now powered by 2.0 Flash. What? Didn't I use 3.0 Flash before? Get better responses and improve performance without like brainstorming writing. So yeah, I was using Flash 3.5. So why do I care about 2.0? Google is losing it. Anyway, I'm making a Godot game. Point and click, point and click, point, oink. Let's see what it says. Okay, I asked Gemini about the new word instead of scenes. It says, in point and click adventure game design, several established terms solve this exact collision with engine nomenclature. Depending on the design paradigm you want to emphasize, here are the best alternatives. And then it gives 3 alternatives. The heritage terms. Oh, it gives actually 6 alternatives. Room, the definitive industry strand for point-and-click games, made famous by LucasArts' Scum Engine and Adventure Game Studios, even if the area is an open desert or a city square. Calling it a room immediately communicates its function to any adventure game developer. Screen is another term. Best if your game uses classic static viewpoints where moving past the edge cuts or transitions to a completely new camera angle. Right. Like in 3D games or in Resident Evil, or like if you have different viewports of the same room. Maybe we'll have that actually. I haven't thought about that. That might actually be... No. That's feature creep. No. Do not go there. Absolutely no. That's a super no. Okay. 2. The spatial terms. World and narrative. Location. Locale. Highly descriptive if your design focuses on sprawling map or cohesive narrative world. It clearly separates the technical content. This doesn't work because it would be too confusing with destination or place. Node. It doesn't work either because Godot already uses that. 3. The theatrical terms. Set. Borrowed from filmmaking. It perfectly describes a static background populated with props, items and actors. That's kind of interesting. And then we have stage, similar to set, but emphasizes the active interaction between the player, NPCs and the environment. Then recommended implementation approach. To keep your code base clean, pick a prefix or suffix for your files and class names to permanently draw the line between Godot's engine architecture and your game design logic. File naming, room_library or look underscore back underscore alley dot tscn. Class architecture. Create a custom node class to handle the basic load for these spaces. A custom node class. I didn't know I could do that. Wow. That's maybe that's what I will do. I make a custom node. And then the scene agent we will make several scene agents. Scene agent it's probably going to be a upper in the hierarchy or something. Like we will have a stage. I feel like stage might be good, but it's really close to scene. It's really close to scene. Set. That is not good at all, because set also means other things. Like it's a verb or something. Set up, or set of this set of items, for example. That becomes confusing. Screen is not good either, because I will use that word to refer to other things. Like I use screen, the word screen, all the time. Room might be it. But the room is also very like a place can, like if you look at a place, room, will we have a room for every room? Sometimes two in-game, in-world rooms will be in one room. I think we gotta go with room. I like room and stage most, but room is too similar to, it's too general of a concept word and will mix up with other times when room is used. Stage is good, but too similar to scene. Stage might be it. Slightly better. Other terms you suggested won't do. I won't tell why. Yeah, apparently it doesn't understand. Set, it already suggested set, and I said the other terms you said. Viewport, no. View, no. Backdrop. I think we gotta go with stage. In theater and performing arts, stage, sometimes referred to as the deck in stagecraft, is a designated space for the performance of productions. Yeah, it refers to, like, it's empty, it contains emptiness. Room kind of also, like, but that's why in theater you talk about scene and stage, I think, as different things. But I guess we can say stage, that it's kind of good, I think, because it gives space to populate the stage with items and characters and background and walking area. Yeah, I think we'll go with stages. Stages. No, I don't like it anymore, because stages, I don't like set or view or backdrop. I like stage, but it's too confusing since stages can refer to levels. Sector, panel, tableau. Tableau. What? It means a table. Vista. Pocket? No, not pocket. No. Tableau and Vista. The main. No, that feels too big. Environment. No, that will be connecting to a bunch of code things. Sector. That's. No. Locale. No. The best one yet. Vista. This Vista, that Vista, the Vistas. Tableau. If I search for this, what do we get? Striking motionless scene. Derived from the French term tableau vivant, living picture. Tableau vivant. Static scene containing one or more actors' models. They are stationary and silent. That's kind of good. It's like the setup for it. Tableau. When I say it, will transcription pick it up? Will the AI be able to hear it? Tableau. is used to see painting. Let's go to Wikipedia. Outdoor tableau vivant about gold mining. Cool. It's like a it has a nice perspective. It contains all the necessary things. What else do we have? Here we also have a bunch of people presented in a very they have very old clothes, like medieval stuff, but it is a photo, isn't it? Yeah, it's costumes. 1860 Vienna. Cool. That's pretty cool. This is confusing. It's a tableau that contains a scene. But yeah, I guess that's kind of cool. Tableau vivant. Tableau. Oh, I don't know if I can stream that. Crap. I hope that's fine. Tableau. Tableau. I'm gonna search for images, but since I got the naked woman before, I'm not sure if I can show on stream. Yeah, these images seem to be fine to show. Yeah, this is kind of, I think this is good. This is like a tableau, this is a tableau, this is a tableau. But it doesn't fit perfectly. Because it's about the staticness of things. They all oh my god, that's the image I was avoiding. Tableau invites the feeling that like the people are not moving in this scene, or it's like it's a pause of movement. A tableau isn't when someone doing. It's, I don't know, it encourages a different way of thinking. So maybe a room. Maybe a room. I need to pick a really good word because, like, tableau and vista, since they are unique, but tableau is too static and vista is too related to a large area. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, these are big places. Vista. But it kind of works well. It kind of works well with the idea of the game having like this kind of marketing effect of actually showing a vista. Maybe vista is a good term. So one scene per vista. This vista. Chamber, quarters, quarter, chamber. Precinct. This is not bad, but I thought I haven't played this game, but I like it. It looks very good and fun. But I'm not interested in this. If my game could have that graphics, that would be so freaking cool. But yeah. Polling city outside precinct. No, it's not quite there. Give me 100 suggestions in my list. Chamber, quarter, precinct, enclosure, compartment, cell, vault, alcove, atrium, hall, vestibule, bay, foyer, saloon, ward, keep, suite, pavilion, rotunda, terrace, sector, locale, zone, domain, quarter, distinct site. Station, plot, plaza, vicinity, territory, compound, outpost, hub, pocket, tract, parcel, patch, field, environment, canvas, viewport, context, module, framework, container, node, unit, element, template, segment, block, matrix, platform, grid, state, balance, wrapper, scope, set, set piece, view, vantage. Okay, apparently it's a car. Definition of vantage. What do I have? Fancy word for slightly better view. Usually achieved by standing on a slightly higher box. This might be it. This might be it. Come on, Google Drive. Why? I think you should be able to work faster. Look at this. These are some example screenshots. All of them are vantage points. They're slightly higher up in order to see, like, downwards towards the scene, because we need to see downwards, because you need to be able to click on the ground where you go. So we need to see. Here's a vantage. 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 All of them are vantages. Vantage it is. Vantage. Vantage. Okay, I'm not gonna even. Oh, it's gonna be so tempting to keep reading if there's even something better. No, I'm gonna think from first principles here. Okay, I need a unique name that I cannot mix up. A word that I rarely use for anything. I haven't used the word vantage for I don't know how many months. So it's nails the uniqueness. And it's gotta have the right inspirational feeling. Like it's gonna activate the right neural networks. Yeah, it's gonna activate the right neural networks in order to, like, when I use the word and I talk about it, I should think about things like. And it's there's what I don't like about it. It's such a connected word to vantage point and being higher up than someone else, being in a kind of winning position. I don't like that. That is the wrong feeling. So I'm gonna keep reading. Backdrop, tableau, frame, no. Panorama, diorama, no. I talked about that as a this perspective? No, that's too general. Composition, no. Exhibit, gallery, this gallery, gallery is kind of good, but it's kind of disconnected from rest. Focus, horizon, layout, projection, aspect, scenery, display, no. Room is still the best word so far. Chapter, no. Act, episode, event, situation, enigma, crux, milestone, juncture, no. Nexus, no. Threshold, passage, anchor, point, focus point, origin, destination, intersection, horizon, world space. It's either vantage or room. Okay, what is the negative thing about room? How often do I use the word room? I use the word room a lot. They use it in LucasArts Scum engine, and that is really tempting. They make great games, have made great games. this room, that room, this room, that room, here, this room, and then this room, and this room, and this room, this room, this room, this room, this room, this room, room, this vantage, this vantage, this vantage, this vantage, this vantage, got this vantage, this vantage, this vantage, you got this vantage, this vantage, this vantage, vantage, this vantage, 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 got this vantage, you got this vantage. It's still a vantage, even if it's not it's like the camera angle is still a vantage, and it nails it down, the kind of structural and functional parts, that you look down at something in order to see the floor where you can click. This vantage, this vantage. It's a down looking game. All of it is down looking because it's a diorama game. You always look down towards your diorama. You're never in the diorama looking up. You rarely look up at the diorama. Then it needs to be some kind of sky, cloud, space diorama in that case. Then you can look up. Vantage. Vantage it is then. Vantage. Okay. You created terminology. Vantage. Now let's see if I can get back to what I was thinking about before. That would probably be impossible. Vantage. The game contains places. Each place has a number of vantages. Vantages. It's a long word, and it doesn't roll off the tongue. Room rolls off the tongue. A room also encourages thinking in a more easier way. Like you associate a lot of things with a room. A room. This room. Room. Space. Space. Spaces. Space. I could call it space. No. In code we talk about space. Space bar. Space. This space. This space. This space. This vantage point. No, not point. This vantage. This vantage. This vantage. Disadvantage. It's too much associated with that. That vantage, that vantage, that vantage. This room. This room, this room, this room. This room. Room. Vantage, disadvantage, 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 disadvantage. Onboarding is going to be slightly harder with using the vantage as a word instead of room. Vantage. Vantage. Room. A word is a tool. It needs to be easy to use and effective. vantage. I've got these places in the game, and each place had an average of 2 vantages, or 2 vantages. Some places have 1 vantage, some places have 3 vantages. Every vantage is a top-down camera angle, so it's easy to press on the ground, so you can see where you can go. Is there any room scene vantage that is not a top-down view? Not really. Then it will be a different kind of it will be a first-person view, which is a concept that I will come back to later when you open a box or something, but I might do that in a different way. Okay, I think we we have the suggestions that I just gonna let them ferment in the back of my mind. I'm gonna try using the vantage as a word now and talking about things. And what was I talking about? What was I talking about? I'm rearranging my cognitive protocols now because I'm probably gonna be up. I've been up for almost an hour now, so in half an hour my cortisol will be low enough for me to consume caffeine. So I will combine my first and second cognitive thing. Anyway, back to vantage. Every place has a vantage. I'm relearning now. Every place has an average of 2 vantages. Okay, what was I thinking about before? I might need some other kind of type of working memory aid. Maybe I should start using my small whiteboards more to write down, okay, I'm thinking about this, I want to mention these things. Or maybe I'll get too reliant on it. Okay, so anyway, we have the vantage agent. There we go. I found the path back. A scene agent is a general term referring to not a specific agent, but a group of agents that creates scenes in Godot. Right. We will not have a scene agent because that will give too much context and too much skill to a specific agent. Instead, we will have several scene agents. Yes. And one scene agent is the vantage agent, which creates the vantage, which create a vantage. I'm getting confused using these words, but it will probably grow on me. A vantage agent I was thinking of having, but we might not need an agent actually to do that. that will maybe become something like a higher up agent, higher in the hierarchy. It will not be a leaf agent. It will be something that delegates specs to other agents or uses tools like a software tool. But the idea is we create a template scene in Godot or a template node in Godot, maybe both. Not sure exactly how to do it. That depends when we come to designing the architecture. So, Vantage software. We might have a Vantage piece of software where the piece of software is just an isolated Python or Godot or something. It's probably just Python, and you run it, and you to this software, the input to this software is a background. It's positions and items and characters and anything else that is in a Vantage. So the Vantage software, since it's not an agent, it doesn't need a neural network. It actually, because the output is the purpose of this piece of software is to generate a .tscn file, and it doesn't need to be creative. It has the same structure every time. This piece of software doesn't need to be creative, but the agents that creates the assets for this piece of software, now I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw on my whiteboard and show it to the camera. This is the root AI way of thinking about it. The vantage goal creates a vantage. It creates a TSCN. And it has several, I don't know how many sub-goals it has, but one of the sub-goal is the backdrop goal. And I'm saying goal here because the purpose is to create something. But how it creates it, that can be either an agent or a piece of software or a human. And in the beginning, all of these goals are done by a human if there's no AI available or if there's no software available, etc., etc. So the backdrop goal or background goal is to create the image. That could be an image generator AI. It will probably have several sub-goals, to be honest, because there are several rules to creating the backdrop, which is like these are the it takes a photo, it decides where you can walk, and it decides where items can be placed, or at least where you can walk, and then yeah, something like that, and it creates the background. And then it says music soundscape goal, and here it depends. In some vantages we will have music, and in some vantages we will have a soundscape. And then we have character goal, which will definitely have several sub-goals and sub-goals of those sub-goals in order to create in order to place a character into a vantage. I'm not sure if we're gonna generate a character here or if we do that somewhere else. Not sure how we structure that, but we need to at least place characters. And then we have the vantage assembly goal, and this will actually create the TSCN file, and this will be a piece of software. I'm gonna take a photo of that so I don't need to think. It's like it's a good reflex behavior to have to just get the photograph done. Right, now my mind is kind of like I've used up cognitive resources now, just thinking about these things. But I think it's okay to spend resources like this on this day, the Saturday sprint plan day, because it's connected to what we're actually gonna do next week. So anyway, I think I gotta remember that the vantage goal goes into the atelier, and the atelier, from what it seems to like now, it might be a root AI system with several goals like this. It might be. Or it might be another structure, software structure, where it's not connected to any models directly, that you manually have to drag in images that you make in another program. Not sure. It depends on, all of it depends on saving time. That's why the atelier is made, to save time, to become more efficient, in order to iterate, in order to, the reason we want to save time is because we want to increase quality. If we save time, then we can iterate faster, we can try things faster, we can try this scene, try that item, try this character, try this dialogue. The faster we can generate vantages, or not generate necessarily, but create, design vantages, the higher quality they will reach. The easier to use the tool, the better product you can do. The better tools you have, the better stuff you can do. So I'm thinking maybe of creating a first version of the atelier. And the first feature of the atelier would be to create a scene. And I don't know. I don't know if it will save time or not. And I don't know where to put it, because there's no day for it to be put on. I got the Godot project day, I got the AI root day, which is focused on the software development, the game mechanic stuff, to make that easy. That might not be necessary, because there might actually not be that many scripts that I need to make. Having a local coencoder agent is nice, but it might honestly be faster, especially not sure. Not sure. It might be faster to just use Claude code, make this script, okay it works, make this script, okay it works, make this script, okay it works, and just be very specific with Claude code in what I want, so I understand what it does, so I can review it, instead of making this root AI system, because I don't know how much time I will save with this root AI system, but at the same time, like, I'm gonna get a budget soon in order to spend on API keys, AI inference. I will not have a lot, but I don't necessarily need to use the absolute best models. If I can use a model that is significantly better than Quen, like some DeepSeek model or something, like, the price will probably drop for AI inference even. I think it might not, it might rise, but I think it will drop, and it has actually risen in Grok. The price for inference has actually risen for Grok, because you could use it for free a lot more before, and now it's very limited. So the price for Grok AI inference have actually increased, because the usage, people are paying more, prepared to pay more. and the data centers are limited. Like we have a limited amount of data centers. It takes time to develop a data center. By the way, we should create data centers here underground, I think. In abandoned mines that we have. Anyways, so on Wednesday I have the root AI system. I work on the root AI system, and the focus there is to make it faster to create the game mechanics for the game. All of the scripts, that's basically the purpose of the root AI's Godot system, to produce all of the code as fast as possible for the game. All of the code and all of the, maybe not the structure, because I need smart AI for the structure and architecture, but for the actual code, the actual scripts, I'm thinking I can use Quen. I'm thinking it's best that I use Quen, because I can just run it whenever I want. And it's also very fun to have that kind of control and to run local inference. It really, it entices me, intrigues me. But Quen needs the architecture and all of this other work. I'm thinking what else needs to be done. We have a bunch of scripts that needs to be done, and they need to be tested, and the system needs to be tested. And I'm gonna need to upgrade things like I need this button, I need this menu option, I need this designed interface, I need this change to this button here. I need scripts to be able to run an animation, and then I need animations. There's a lot of content, but the like once everything is structured, it will be so easy to make the game. Once the workflow is complete. Once the game's designed. I like that I have my little box here. It really helps me think. It has kind of the right colors in a sense. game design. The game design decides everything, but the game design doesn't know if it's good or not. It's just a suggestion. It might have been good to explore these ideas and think about them, but maybe they don't fit in this sprint. Or maybe it's part of planning, preparing, like keeping my mind in a developer sense, like being practical about how to implement the game design. Having this in mind helps me scope the game design. It helps me eliminate scope creep. It helps me ground the project in how much time is value, like what can be done in a piece of time. I think about how making it easier to develop or faster. It's always about faster, being faster to develop. Is there something else? Some more thoughts there to round it off. Yeah, I can create pieces of software that can create stuff that doesn't, like assemblers, basically, to assemble the generated assets from LLMs. Assembler executor. Assembler leaf executor. That is a piece of software that takes creative assets and put them together in a structured format that is just plug and play into Godot, into the Detective Godot project. Yeah, another thing I was thinking of is actually making a Godot project. Making a Godot project and then making a scene and then putting a background on the scene and maybe follow a tutorial on how to make a walkable space, but I don't think I should be following a tutorial to do that. I think I should talk to AI about designing that. And if I can create a scene, I can have a background, I can put a background there. I can take one of the ones I've generated, put the background there, and then I can map out where you can walk. And then you can basically click there and your character can move to that place. The character is gonna need some kind of A-star pattern, like it needs to be able to navigate, to go to positions somehow. It will probably be easy. That could potentially be like the version 2 of the game. If I don't go into, well, it depends, yeah. Because Tuesday is Godot the Godot game. So Tuesday I could either focus on making the plan, continue with the plan, like looking at the Groundhog Day, what is the detective mechanics that we need to do and stuff, or I can start actually develop the features for the game, which is kind of tempting to do, because I might be able to create the foundational point. Like, I could make the foundational point and click essentials and then see what is missing here to make it a detective game. And I can also start to get into the developer mindset of Godot projects. But I don't think I should go there yet. I think it's good to think about these things and have it in my mind, but I don't think I should go there yet. I think I need to make the game design plan, to go through the game mechanics and thinking that these are the detective game mechanics that I think will work well. And then I have the MVP game mechanics, and then I develop that, and that will be the game mechanics, like for the first for point and click, and for detective game mechanics, and for driving game mechanics, and then we're done. And that's gonna blow my mind when we're done. I just realized that I'm probably gonna need cloud AI to evaluate bugs. Like, if I see a bug and I think, okay, here's a bug, either I try to understand what the bug comes from by looking at the code, recreating the bug and looking at the code, and then realizing, okay, we need to change, this script needs to change in this way, like creating a spec, and then send that to my Quen agent to change the code. And yeah, here's another thought. The root AI system could be improved by making a spec writing agent. That could be something. That would be like probably maybe a different model, or maybe Quencoder again. It needs to be smart, but it needs to be like, there needs to be levels to the design in order for the AI to probably make it. Probably. Like, it needs to be divided into like different parts of planning and creating different kind of rules, or it's like a granularity thing. Maybe I should use Tuesday Godot project to actually use the root AI and just generate script. I need this script, I need this script, so I write spec, I get the script, write the spec, get the script, and then I look at the code. I will save time that way, I'm pretty sure, because then even though it kind of takes, it feels at least like it takes longer to read someone else's code than to come up with your own solution and writing it, because when you do that, you have a complete understanding of what you created. If you get a piece of code, but if I've written the spec for the code, then reading code will basically probably make me a better coder. Like I will understanding the code will I can do it this way, it can be done this way. And then running the code and testing the code. Yeah, so that could be a Tuesday piece of work, to actually use the Root AI, not to develop more features for the Root AI project. This is a distinction that I need to remember. Like, I would use it, and I would like list maybe at the end of the day or something, or when I find out like this is feature that I need to develop the Godot project. This is the feature that, like, thinking from a game developer designer, from a Godot developer mindset. Like, okay, I've got this Root AI Godot tool. I'm gonna try using it, see how can I use it, and what's missing in order for me to achieve my goal in that role on Tuesday, to create the Godot project, to create all of the scripts. All of the game mechanics are translated into scripts. All of the architecture plan is made into scripts. Yeah. Because if I test it with this mindset, it will basically be test-driven development, and the iteration will be much better. I will understand what the tool needs much sooner, and the theory will not be exploring as much. But there's a benefit there are two benefits actually to not do that, because then I can use Tuesday for planning the architecture, planning the game design, making the MVP game design plan for detective game mechanics, point and click mechanics, and driving mechanics, and then when I come to Wednesday to work on Root AI, I'm still in a very exploratory state where the sky's the limit, and I can think in general terms, like what would I need to. Then I would test the agent more like an internal kind of test, not a mindset where I'm a game Godot developer and doesn't know AI. Instead, I'm the AI developer, and I'm thinking more from that perspective. How do I make this tool, like what is possible from the AI world to make? I will be able to think outside the box of Godot developer thinking. I will be able to think very, very innovative. But in order for the Root AI Godot program to be useful, the purpose of it is to save time for the Godot developer, and the Godot developer knows what takes time, and effort and uncertainty. So I have kind of two options there on what to plan for. And I might just leave it there and just trust my subconscious to solve these things. Now it's 1 hour and 35 in, and according to science my cortisol should be low enough to drink caffeine. So I'm gonna start the day. And when I get clothes on, that's when I share the stream. Should I have a term for starting the day? Should I have a word? Starting the day. Let's do it. Sunlight and ice. Toilet. Sun salutation yoga. And cognitive drink, what do you call it? Mental mix, mental brew. Brew. Another thing I was thinking is to add in time. It would be really nice to have time in the stream, like in a corner somewhere. Just the date, the weekday, and the hour. But I don't know really what the benefits are. Like, it will increase kind of the stream or something, I don't know. Should I put sharing the stream somewhere? Clothes on share stream. Yeah, there we go. I know why it was so warm in the room. My window was completely closed. Good. Now I'm gonna make a sun salutation. Preferably you would make it towards the sun, but I'm gonna make it towards the window. That feels good. Good stretch. Now I prepared both my protocols. Brew. And this is just a little bit of warm water, and it's AAKG, Alcar, creatine. One thing I want to mention is regarding last night. I ate very late. I ate at like at 2020 or 2030 even, or 21. And that was 4 hours before sleep, because I went to sleep around 0 to 1. But I did eat a lot at the same time. I ate all of my meals in one go. It tasted good. And then I felt like I was missing something. So I also drank a liter of milk. I think I drank a liter of milk. Yeah. And then after that I did the shower, and I did some simple social media scrolling and YouTube, and then listening to, I'm gonna check the things I was listening to on YouTube. I was thinking of watching a movie. Cool. This movie is maybe good. Maybe I'll save it for later. I was thinking of watching a movie yesterday, and I watched this one for apparently, how long is it? Yeah, for like half an hour or something I watched this. Oh my god, why did that pop up before? For 26 minutes I listened to this one. And before that I watched just a few shorts. Not too many. Brian told me I should go to sleep, of course. And I watched this low cortisol healing frequency before I watched this one. This was after I watched the shorts. And just 15 minutes of that. At took a gander at that one. And what's this one about magnesium? And this might have explained partially why I wanted to drink milk or eat sesame seeds or eat cheese, because all of those things contains a lot of calcium. And according to this video, if you up your intake of magnesium and you have low calcium, you're gonna increase a imbalance there. So you might need, this guy needed to increase his calcium with calcium tablets. So maybe I felt really good partially after drinking milk. I think there are a bunch of hormones in milk, so that calms you down, like kind of domesticates you. But also, there's also calcium, obviously. So yeah, some golden eye music, mixed music, some stuff. And yeah, that was the training I did, and that was all the other stuff. Do I have my TV on? Nope. I'm gonna listen to this soon. And I'm keeping my live stream on this big screen to remember that I haven't shared the live yet. Too much water. This will brew for a while. I'm still on my wake up. Now it's just clothes on. I noticed another thing when I was sleeping yesterday, well, during the night. I got some lint in my nose, like that irritated me, and then I was thinking maybe I need to clean, and I was thinking maybe my sleep has improved because I've made sure there's less lint in the air, less small particles, and no flying insects, etc. Now it's time to share the stream. I was thinking a bit also about yesterday when I wrote that I was going to share. I've streamed the whole week, and the videos will be sent to Gemini to us for a Tistou TV review, and I didn't do this. So that's not good. It's not good to cultivate a habit of like the single promise that I make on marketing, I don't hold. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm not over promising, instead over delivering. But today is Saturday, sprint planning day. I should probably have written something more specific. Cool. Interesting. Resurrecting immortality. I'm not sure if I should be scrolling here. This is interesting, very interesting animation. Okay, the camera has created points, and the points created a sphere, and the sphere created can be moved. Interesting, beautiful game. Toy-like stuff. Gaussian splat rendering. Looks pretty cool. Maybe I'll make, like, I want to make something like this for this town. A real 3D digital twin of the town. Okay. Now I've started up. The start is done. The stream is shared. I can move this window here. I'm gonna listen to this and start the transition to planning the sprint. Let's give you a taste of this video. There you go. I think it might be good. It needs 2 more likes for 1,000 likes. Let's see if this 6.3, it's not that good, it seems. I've noticed that if the score on IMDb is 7.6, then it's a good movie. Then it's worth watching. That's what I've learned so far. I'm actually not gonna listen to that. I prefer to not have anything on my head. And kind of this ambience here is kind of better. Okay. Today I'm not as prepared. I didn't prepare yesterday for today. So the only thing I have is basically this backlog and the idea, this backlog here, this backlog document, the overview. This is done. And this sprint. I'm kind of doing sprint review now, in a sense, or backlog grooming or something. Maybe if I just get into it, I'll figure out what to do gradually. I could write the ideas I've thought about. I could get the photo. Yes. Root AI here. But this is not. Okay. I got a Godot. Root AI Godot. And then Root AI Atelier. They're different. And this is more here than here. Godot system. The purpose of the root AI Godot is to create the Godot project files and settings so we have a foundational infrastructure that the game will use. Mainly, this means all Godot scripts are made through this system. So no other system, so no more scripts need to been made. Often. It's not like this is a piece of software that creates scripts. Game can simply be populated with assets. Yep. Done manually or with Atelier. Yeah. I need to make the decision of dealing. I think I can make the decision of dealing with the sprint that have passed now. And the question is, how much version control should I have? I think basically we will drag this one away here, so we don't, because we'll not need to look at it often, so it's okay for it to disappear gradually. And we make a duplicate of it for this current sprint, and we move this current sprint here, so it's the same place as before. We rename it to GM version 2, and what I think we do, we can potentially keep this sprint as it is, like this. That will be great version handling and remembering, like, yeah, when I planned this sprint, I planned a lot more work than I could do, and I realized that I needed to scope a bunch more. And then in this sprint, we don't need to include the things, the user stories that have been either completed or discarded. Let's see if we need to reuse this somehow. This is the real innovation challenge, deciding the granularity for goal specs, but only the first one, AI by AI. So Gwen can reliably write the whole Godot project. I think this going Gemini conversation is also in this. It's sent with Z1E. Z1E, yep. So the granularity for goal specs, but only the first one. Can write the whole Godot project. I need the whole, like, the skeleton. Infrastructure, skeleton, foundation of the skeleton. Non-changing things. When this root AI Godot tool is used, has created all scripts, etc. that will not change anymore. How do I put that into words? Basically creating a skeleton of scripts and kind of workflows or something it's kind of, it's a bit complex, because a workflow, it's not necessarily something that should be part of the root AI, but at the same time it kind of should be. Because that's what it is a workflow, and then you plug in agents when you need to, or gradually. But in the beginning, there already is a workflow that the human is doing. I'm gonna take a little break and make my bed, because it distracts me that it's not made. Does it this way? There we go. Bed made. When it comes to my sleep, it probably got improved, because yesterday I changed the sheets. Gonna go to the toilet for a little while. Okay. How do I get into work? Priorities, priorities, priorities. The goal of today is that this backlog is completely perfect. The work for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no wait, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's absolutely nailed, completely perfect. That is the goal of today. Let's clean up small things and then gradually come to the bigger cleanup things. This one, and I'm not using this done feature. I just scratch it out like this instead. The done feature was when I was thinking I have a lot of tasks, but actually the sprint plan is prioritized. So the idea is I start from the top. It's prioritized. So it's not really Scrum in that sense. Well, it is Scrum that I can choose to make anything in any, but there's suggesting of doing it this way. Also, I'm annoyed by these small white spaces. So I think I gotta reset everyone to white. Wait, what? Some of them are... what? No, they're all white. And the idea was that the priority goes up here and what's not priority goes down here. That if I'm done with these, then I can deal with these. But I never reached this point, so I think it's better to not have any kind of, yeah, anything that makes everything easier. Those. Now everything should be same back. Okay, good. And down here is nothing. Void. Starting to remember the complexity that I've chosen, the context switching that I've chosen. I'm gonna go to this bigger whiteboard. I wonder how well I can show, how close I can get the camera. that's as good as it gets, isn't it? Here we are, the big plan. Oh, this is nice. Sitting down, relaxing. I should have done this yesterday. Oh my god. Completely changes the mindset. Yeah, I need to remember to lie in the sofa on Fridays. I'm gonna write that down. Good idea. Put my feet up. I have a little drink. So let's solidify the success of this project. Tastes strange. Where does it taste strange? There's no alcohol, and there's a lot of water. Yeah, now I can taste the green tea. Done. Good. Now, I would like a long pointing thing. Here we go. Up here is a goal. It's the game. It's this. And it is this. This is like the first prototype of delivering to my customer, to businesses. This is business delivery. Here I have USB sticks and cardboard cutouts that are folded and glued into boxes. And then the outside is added. and tape is added, maybe at this stage or earlier. So anyway, this will be filled by games. However many games a little store wants to sell. And in order to make this game, the biggest challenge is the software. That's why this whole whiteboard is very much software focused. We have some important principles. Make the whole game at once. Iterate is the solution to beating deadlines. Philosophy, ugly, feature complete, playable first, and then iterate quality of assets. Next principle, leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. And then a question, how to work with AI on this. And then non-software work. It has like a small description. Yeah, non-software work is not put on this plan because that's not hard. This is hard. So non-software work are basically made as tasks in Google Calendar. The previous idea was to have one big iteration where I went through all these processes. Initially it was 9 steps to make a high quality game. And then the idea was to have 2 chances of one big iteration and then another big iteration. And to have these 9 steps be done in half of the time, making one high quality game, and then spending the next iteration on making another version of that game, basically improving everything in that game. Everything from planning game mechanics, developing game mechanics, planning root AI, developing root AI, developing HQ AI, high quality AI, planning 3D map tool features, developing 3D map tool, plan the atelier, develop the atelier, and populate the game with atelier and iterate on high quality in atelier. The idea was to have all these steps done in basically 7 weeks, because we have a total of 15 weeks. We have spent 1 week, this week is done. I should update it. What's the date today? June 20th. So these days have passed. And this whole week has not passed yet. But yeah, it's divided into Mondays. On Mondays. Maybe it should be divided on Friday, Saturdays. Because I feel like now we need to step into the new I think we need to reset and change these small we're gonna do that. Now I want a better pencil. I use a lot of whiteboard pens. Great. Now the weeks are divided into mechanics, where they end on Friday, I guess, and they start today. This makes easier to this looks longer. What's wrong here? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay, this is longer than the previous. But that's history. There we are. Did I make Jörn Mysterium version 1? Yes and no. And no. I did not produce. The sprint failed, basically. Yeah, the sprint failed. Because the idea was to make a whole plan of the game, and that would be the version 1. But yeah, that didn't happen. Now I kind of want to keep this big iteration thing because it's still kind of accurate. Like there's still a bigger kind of iteration going on here where I will produce the MVP game mechanics, what I plan here. Basically, like it's like two phases. It's one MVP iteration. No. No, it's actually not. Yeah. We actually make small iterations the whole way. Or well, it's still two phases. It is the planning phase, and then we enter the development phase, and we want to do planning. We did planning on this first week. The main focus was planning, but I kind of feel like I have 3 or 4 tracks. 4 tracks in a sense because it's 4 pieces of software. There's the game, and that's what's being posted here. And kind of what's nice about having it focus only to having the game here is that keeping the focus on we actually need to develop a game. Do not get distracted of developing the tools for the game. And that's why each iteration leads to a game. Yes. Because we don't care if the iteration leads to a 3D mapping tool, or Atelier, or a root AI system, or even if it leads to a 3D map being made. Because what we care about is a Godot project, Jörn Mysterium version, a build. That is what we care about. That's why the other things are not on this board. It's to root ourselves in the priority of the project. Yesterday I added in money because I have a timeline here, and money is something that I can use for AI inference and to buy packages and all kinds of things to improve the quality of the game. So maybe that's why I have the money in here. Because the money can improve the quality of the game. But does it change on what I should be working on? Yes, it does. Because if I get money to run AI inference, then I run more AI inference to improve the quality of the game, improve the iteration speed of the game. And then I switch from thinking, then I start to think less like a developer and more like a product manager, and more like an AI developer, because then I have more AI availability tools. But I think it's best to assume there's no money for this project. That's what I think. Yeah. There is no money for this project. There is zero budget for this project. I think that's a new principle that we have invented. There's no budget for this project. Which can change. Hopefully will change. There is no budget for this project. Zero. This bag should be up here. This means I remove this part, the dollar sign, and these boxes that I added yesterday, that I was thinking of adding in how much budget I have. And then when I started to think about it and realize like my rent has gone up from where I used to live, like I moved to this place and my rent has gone up, and the rent is not going to go down. The rent is good. The rent is actually pretty low for this. I got a good deal for this place. Thanks to NASA Kronan, and especially thanks to M at the Journey, which said, yeah, which got me a low rent on this place, which is amazing. So anyway, but it's still higher than I used to have, and I had my, like I usually get from between 6,000 to 7,000 in budget, in income every month from my aktivitetsersättning, from being unemployed, for being a very good unemployed person, very responsible unemployed person, actually looking for jobs, actually trying to get a job. And if you know a job I can do, I would love to take it. But it has to be like it can't be like yeah. I love to discuss the opportunity. it's not possible to take all jobs. Like if I don't have a car, for example, so I can't do, but I have a driving license. I'm not gonna go into that. The budget, the zero, because there's no finances available for this project. I decided to spend my finances on food, on making sure I have nutritional food. It doesn't need to be tasting good, it doesn't need to cost a lot, it doesn't need to blah blah blah, it just needs to be nutritious so my brain and my body works. So I'm healthy. That's all I need. But I need to be more healthy than most people, because most people are unhealthy. They have aches in their body, they have cognitive fog, they have a bunch of bad sleep, and they have so many troubles because they don't eat well. And since my budget is so low for food, I really need to think it through. If I had more budget for food, then it would be very easy to eat healthy. But now I have to do things like calculate the nutrition, comparing rice to potatoes, and the price of rice and potatoes, see what's best, see what's most nutritious, and combine that with whatever is, like a different combination of different nutrients and supplements and stuff, to make a cheap version of a healthy diet, basically. An affordable healthy diet. The most affordable healthy diet I can achieve. And when I roughly calculated it yesterday in my head, realizing half of my money goes to rent, and then I have basically 3,000 left for everything else that I need. And this includes mobile phone, it will include my internet at some point, and subscriptions to things like Google Drive and YouTube Premium, and that's kind of basically it for those things, and then food. So I have like 2,000 for food every month, and that is it's hard to eat healthy in Sweden on 2,000 crowns a month. It's an incredible challenge. It's incredibly challenging. But it is possible. It is possible. It is definitely possible. So yeah, that's the explanation why there is no budget. From that direction. There is obviously millions of different other sources of income, and there's probably a lot of people that want to invest in this game, but I don't have time. I don't have time to, I don't have time. I prioritize to develop the game rather than pitching the game, because I have been pitching the game last year and nobody took it. And when I talked with all of the organizations, initially I was thinking of having a prize for organizations to join, but that again fell flat, because it's a huge risk for organizations to be in the game. No, it's not a risk to be in the game. Well, it's a small risk to be in the game or not. But the risk is investing. It's a risk to invest in the game, to pay to be in the game at this point, because there is very little proof that it's going to be worth it. But maybe here at Jörn Mysterium version 10 it will be pretty apparent, the value, and then I might ask additional companies, organizations to join that are easy to add in, that might want to fund the project, and that will help me to get some money to order packaging and scaling up and running marketing, because that's gonna be after packaging here. Somewhere here marketing is gonna start. Yeah, I need a product manager timeline. I'm gonna add that in the project man. I was missing that yesterday. I didn't know how to deal with it, but I wrote it here. This whiteboard is too focused only on software for product owner, missing the big picture. But it's important because the software is the main thing. The software is the hard thing. The software is the uncertain thing. Here's the document, the product owner overview, and it has a link. I made this document yesterday. It has this link to this sheet where I can make a timeline. And here I can make like a Gantt chart or something simple, like here I do every week thing. EM version week 1, 2. And then we have 15 versions. I can either do it like that, but I think I'm gonna copy. Oh no, I threw it away. Yeah, I threw it away. Can I just get the timeline? Wait, before I go into that sidetrack, I gotta add. What was I thinking? Which track was I thinking about? Marketing track. And ordering USB order box order map orders yeah. say month, roughly. And these should be something like this. Yeah. And here we start packaging weeks. These are like the overarching we have from 1 and 2. Or let's do it the other way. 15 is in 1 month, and 14, 13, 12 is completed. You need a good color to represent August. Why can't I have the menu open and press print screen? What? That is very strange. That is incredibly strange. The OS should definitely react before the UI of the website. Firefox is either taking too much liberty here, or Linux is not claiming enough liberty. That is strange. That is really strange. I need a good, maybe I should have an image. August. I'm getting sidetracked now, but I think this is good. I think this is good. This is necessary. August, I think it's August and then October, right? June, July. No, September also. I'm in June, and then July, and then August, and then September. It's September. Or the photo environment almanac. Because then I can get one. Whoa, this looks like a cool place. I need to go there someday. Wow. Wow, that's a cool. I love that kind of crystal stuff. Is that this thing? Wow. Almanaca. Let's go to Gemini, just ask for, or ChatGPT might be good at this one. I need environment photos from each month. in Skellefteå municipality. Can you find a good image for the months of June, July, August, September, October, and November? Okay. Long days, fresh birch leaves, rivers and parks at the greenest. Actually, do Jörn instead. Oh shit. I could potentially use my own photos. Yeah, these are good. Find banner images that have a short height and long width. Yeah. June 2 hours. I need 3 examples from each month. Don't combine them. Which one is best? June and July is pretty similar. Actually, let's start with making a table of each month and just list how the environment and weather and other differs. Just stop that. Start with that. Fresh bright green leaf red plants, maximum green in dense forest. And then let's copy. How do I copy this? There we go. Actually copy the whole prompt. And then go to Gemini. Because then we get a fresh, completely fresh context. We don't need the first part references. Yeah. Okay, all we need is use this data to find banner sized images for each month. Depicting the environment for each one. Interesting. Maybe we can use this one. But why can't I copy it? It's so annoying. If I copy that one, is it good enough? If I save that one, let's see what quality we get. That seems to be full quality. And if I click, yeah, then you copy this one and you put it there. Can't we crop it? Come on. Cropping an image. Actually, we can use the cell to crop it. Insert image in cell or cell. Maybe it's better to do. Well, let's try out the feature. What is this? It looks pretty cool. Let's try the feature on that one. This might be a. I don't know if this is a real image. Okay, it's limited in that kind of way. I want to give it a significant piece of space, but yeah, we're not going to have too many tracks here, so we can actually give it pretty, but we want to feel like it's a track going left. Okay, before picking the images, I'm gonna divide this. This week 15, 14, 13 and 12 we merge those, and then 11, 10, 9, 8 we merge those, and then 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, immerse those. And immerse those. So this is June. Is that good size? How much time? One is just going to be the name of the month. Packaging week. This is like a separate, like that. And then, or maybe we'll do like that. EM version week. And then packaging week is in October. We got, well, I haven't divided it into weeks. I guess we'll go back to continue. Well, the first week will be a buffer week, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this September. Let me actually see. September 26th. Wait a minute. This doesn't add up. Oh, 25. 25. That is Friday. Last Friday. Oh. Final Jörn Mysterium version 15. Done. Built. Or actually reviewed. Even reviewed. Built and reviewed. Yeah. Built and review. September 25. And then we have 1 week. I need to see this. 25. That is this week. Then this is a kind of an empty week where we enter October. Kind of a buffer week. And then starts the packaging weeks. Buffer. Here. So this goes until the 9th. The next one goes into 16. And the next one go 23. The next one 30. Yeah, that's correct. And then November we have 06, 13, 20 and 27. And then we need to add for December as well, because during that time we'll do marketing. I don't know how many columns. '27. Then 04 is here. 4th of December, 11th of December, 18th of December, 25th of December, and yeah, we will not do anything after that regarding any kind of Christmas marketing, because then the middle days come. But then we might go into middle days. This is 25th, and this is 1st of January. So technically, this should be a January. I don't like how this is, but let's put in January so we have an image for January, so we can fit an image for January. Or maybe we'll remove that part for now. We don't need to plan that. It's better to not think about that. It makes it easier. But project manager, gotta think about December. There we go. Oh no. Now this problem occurred again. I go to the stream, I look at TV, and then I try to navigate watching the stream. There you go. There is where you are. Cool. Now we can change the width of every week. Why is this first week so large? That's the perfect amount. That's how I do it. And that's where the image goes. Yeah, something like that. And 1619 is not banner size. Here we go. Kind of. I guess we'll save it. Licensed image, JPEG. Maybe I should use my own images. Maybe I have, but then I have to do searching in photos. I don't know if I have. Oh. $2025. June. I did take images. I did take a bunch of images. Look. It's perfect. Still have to cut them though. But maybe I can cut. I can do a screenshot cut. Something like that. Or maybe, can you do pictures, screenshots? Can you change? No. Well, I guess June is gonna have that proportion, like a 4:3 proportion. Or I'll combine these two. That's a nice way to do it, because then time show, like we are just part of time. So about that, so something like that. Insert image into cell, browse, another screenshot. Done. Almost fits. July. Then I need to scroll my photos a bit. In July, last July, I took a bunch of photos. So many photos I took. For 3D scanning, look at this. I went up to the roof to see the horizon on this building that I used to live in. And then I made a complete 3D scan of this area. This time it had rained. Of this house. This is July. I must have some good, more general. Oh yeah, here we have some exploration stuff. Which of these are like, you can sense that it's July and not June? Like a different kind of sense. What did this, how to describe? Maximum greenery, dense forest, full green, warm slick, long bright days. They're extremely long in June. Warmest month, occasional thunderstorm, peak summer. Warmest. Warm. I need something that says it's incredibly warm. Maybe some dryness. And these are images from when I went for a long walk with some bad shoes and bad. Was an experience to see it heal. Anyway, I took some photos on the pizzeria place. Do we have any warm feeling, dry feeling images? That's the abandoned building. It's gonna be in the game. This doesn't look that warm, looks kind of cold. This might be a good image, but not good crop. And then I scan the street kitchen. It's getting a bit risky because I might have taken some photo that I shouldn't show on stream. Then I photographed the knife. Yeah, I gotta pick one of these. Which one is the hot? This one. This looks kind of hot and dry. Maybe the top of this one up here. Yeah, I had the boot. Maybe this one. Okay. Banner size. Something like that. Maybe I'll bring down there. Is that good? No, it needs to be wider. That's good. It needed to be even wider than that. It's gonna be so annoying because I'm gonna change the size of these cells. That's good. Actually, let's this should align like that, but the okay, the images. Can we do a kind of darker, like? That's cool. August. And how is August? Deep green forest, berry season. Green but slightly drier, lazy warm, noticeably shorter evenings, mild days, cooler nights, mature summer. Berry season. Berry season. A bunch of images of the old bridge, 3D scans. Have I taken image of Paris? I don't think, because Paris is kind of normal. Took a bunch of images on the inside of the journey when it was being set up. No barracks were found. I almost found some berries. I found some very bushes. I'm just gonna pick an image. Like this one. And what's the size? The bridge distracts me because it makes you think about a bunch of stuff. It's either this up here or down here. I think this one is. Good. Then I need to go to September. How is it September? Birch leaves turn yellow, some red shrubs. Grass green, cooler water, rapid shortening days, cooler mornings, occasional fall, beginning in autumn. Birch leaves turn yellow. Okay, maybe we can find some yellow turning birch leaves. Took a bunch of images in September. Here we go, we found the perfect image. We're gonna make it like that. Or maybe keep that. Or is that strict? I think that's strict. That's better. Perfect. 3 more to go. I'm gonna need to take a break. So much time here, so I better fix the camera angle. And then we enter October. How is that explained? Strong yellow or orange colors leaf fall. Fallen leaves cover roads and forests. Yeah, now things are getting very different. This is the outside gym that they but I'm thinking of having in the game. I would love to have it in the game. We'll see. What's a good image? I went to look at some packages at the store to see what kind of size I could go and how it looks in the store. Maybe this is good, or that one is good. No, that's a video. These are interesting images of these 3 different trees. in 4 different trees in 3 different stages at the same time. This one might be like if I cut out the middle part. These one are the leaves, or this. This is the middle of October. Cafe when they launched. This is like a depressing day in October. This is November. This is the November image. This is one of the coolest images I've taken. Let's get that for November. I feel strange in my body thinking about November and fall already now, because now it's not at all this time. It's far away, almost half a year away. Okay, let's find some fallen leaves without. Was it good? Where do I put the cut? Or just plain leaves and go. Oh, maybe this one. I think this one. This is an October image, right? I'm in October now. Yeah, the 10th of October. Oh, it should have a wider format. Kind of want to get the leaves on the ground more. Still have. Perfect fit almost. Crazy. And then December. I found the image directly here. No, this is November. Interesting. Starts to freeze in November. Didn't know that. This is the target quality of the houses in the game, by the way. Lovely, ain't it? This is November. It changes things quite dramatically. This is also November. That's that image. November. So how does that differ from December? In December we're gonna have it real dark. And a lot of snow. Yeah, we're gonna need a dark image, maybe something like this. Cozy Christmas feeling. This is kind of a Christmas feeling, I think. That's good, a Christmas feeling. Dark and mysterious. Dark and mysterious. I want an image before Christmas, so I can get the Christmas spirit when I see the image. Here, the 15th. I think this is it. Björkliden. Wait, what is the size? It's same as November, it's less. It's get more taller stuff. Perfect. That's how it changes. June we have the new green stuff. In July we have it drier, and in August we have it wetter, and it's the berry season. In September the trees start to turn, the birds start to turn. In October the leaves fall. In November the first winter blanket comes, and in December we have Christmas time. It's dark, everything is covered in snow. We have lights that are important in December. This is pretty cool. This is really good. This looks really good. So these weeks are the packaging weeks. And in November we have the launch and delivery. Well, it's kind of delivery here, but we focus on launch. In December we have just marketing. Cool. Awesome. That is great. Great. Does this link connect to this? Yes, it does. Good, good. This one is lemon plant. There we go. Now if I press that one, we come to this one. What? Okay. Awesome. Cool. And then under here I can have images on what I will be doing. What we're doing. Very interesting. It's very interesting to have this bigger perspective where I can feel the fall coming even before the summer has kind of reached its middle point. Feeling winter, strange feeling to have, feeling all of these things at once. But I guess that's part of being able to plan long term. Good job. Now we have done that big sidetrack, which was very necessary for the product owner next week, so it's easier to get into product owner mindset. Good. Now I've streamed for 4 hours and it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. I could train and then it's my time schedule is completely off. This is great. I'm gonna plan the day. I'll take away this glasses. And now I'm gonna plan on this whiteboard. Why is it not aligning? I took an image of this yesterday. It's the product owner. It's the product owner at Tistou. When he was trying to make sure we can deliver packages. good. Now I was thinking today. What's the time now? 10:09. We'll stream for 4 hours. This is the day I have, and I'm not sure when. Well, I woke up at 6. I'll probably get tired, start to get tired at 18, and I'll probably want to go to bed like 22. I'm guessing 22. How many hours is that? Is that correct? 16 hours. So that's 8 on either side, 4 on either side, 2 on either side. Ding, 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 ding. That probably doesn't make sense, or does it? 7, 8, 9, 10. That's time spent now. 11, 12, let's put 12 there. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. So my last 8 hours before, here's I can drink cocoa. Last time I can drink cocoa. And I prefer to eat cocoa after I've eaten my main meal. And my main meal goes very fast. I just microwave it. Can you hear that? Anyway, at 13 o'clock I will eat my microwaved box of gunk. And then I'll make sure I eat before 4 hours later. So here, that's a good time. I will eat my omelette. That's also warm. And then I will probably want to watch, like, I will have so much time until sleep. I feel like I've unlocked a bunch of hours of the day or something, I don't know. Usually I wake up like here. Like all of this is gone, but it also unlocks more time after. I'm not sure if I'm gonna survive this long. Maybe. If I magically have fixed my sleep somehow, I think I'm gonna be unstoppable or something. Which is great. I've been looking forward to fixing my sleep a long time. Those are the meals. Then we have exercise. So if I do a shower here, 12:30-ish. That's the shower. Then I do training about at 11. I will do Qigong because my body needs to heal. Oh, I know what I might do. I might do Falun Gong. Falun Gong takes about 2 hours. Falun Gong is like a mix of Taoism and Qigong. It says it's not a religion, but it kind of is. I don't know exactly, it doesn't really differ that much from religion. It's very loose in it's like a young religion that doesn't have any rules yet, or guidelines, or hypotheses. Anyway, either Falun Gong or I watch like 2 movies. Or something magical happens. It's even better than I can imagine. Okay, cool. So 11:30. That's when I stop working. So this is the work I can do now. Yeah, I call it the second work session. I've done the first, that's before I drink my coffee, and then after I drink my coffee, actually it's after 90 minutes after, so the second work session has like been like that, and first been like that. And then I do all my gunk, and after eating, here is the golden hour. It's the third work, the G. Okay, that's the time for today. I've cultivated this mindset of like, whenever there's time, I start to think about planning for the future. Like that's what I kind of aim for. Trying to predict what's gonna happen in the future, trying to be prepared for the future. I think it's kind of natural to do for many people, but it's also something that you can cultivate and practice if you, I don't know. I just have done it naturally. So I don't know how it worked about what is the driving force. Anyway, this time has passed now, and now I'm gonna focus on the time until Qigong. This is what I focus on now. The tip until 11:30, then it's Qigong. But Qigong is not the only thing I'll do. I'll also do like I haven't followed my system here, my micro movement system. Oh, can see the refresh rate. Why can't I see the refresh rate? Until I think the camera adjusts. So anyway, and the timing of this is off now, completely off. What should I be doing? What do I feel like doing? Let's see if I can just make movements that I feel are healthy until, like now I can use, I've learned a bunch of movements. I haven't learned all of them yet, but I can basically just, yeah, the jumping one is good. That's something I feel like doing. I'm compressing and decompressing the spongy surfaces in the body, the cartilage between the skeleton, all these parts between the skeleton, the soft, spongy tissue that does not have blood vessels, so they don't get nutrients directly from the bloodstream, so you cannot pump in nutrients from the bloodstream into it, and it cannot get rid of garbage from the bloodstream because it's not directly, all of it, the inside of the spongy surfaces don't have blood streams. So when we do this, I'm compressing and decompressing all of these surfaces so that we pump out nutrients when they're compressed and no, pump out garbage when they're compressed and pump in nutrients when they're uncompressed. I don't want to get sweaty. I just want to make sure my body gets the small movements throughout the day in a more natural way than just sitting all day. I found a piece of hair. Strange. It's definitely not mine. I never had anyone inside here. It's probably when I dragged it in from somewhere. I think it's from a dog. Or maybe a cat, but it's very long for being a cat. That's good. I became a little bit sweaty. That's not good. Or is it? Okay, back to business. Somehow I gotta make sure I actually do sprint planning and not just only alignment. I worked on the big screen, the big whiteboard. Yeah, I need to go back to the big whiteboard for a little while. Because I was focusing on this part. Here's where I am. It's the 20th of June. And the goal is to make a prioritized plan today so that when I come to Saturday, then Sunday, then Monday, then Tuesday I work on the Godot projects. Wednesday I work on the AI, root AI. Thursday I work on the map tool. And then I think I just squeeze a nerve or something in my arm. And then on Friday I make the build. I make version 2. Yeah, this is why I'm why I needed this, because I need to focus on actually deliver a new version of the game. And yeah, what I do is on this board, on this whiteboard, is I pick these big post-its and I say what am I gonna work on this week, and prepare for like having a goal like next week what I'm planning to do. So I know kind of I'm prepared. And previously I was thinking of free cloud AI during June development for QA once every day, send many files, review, architecture. Yep, that's what I've been doing. And what I've also been doing, especially on the Tuesday, I was planning game mechanics. And then on, the sprint plan said I'm going to plan Root AI. And here I actually started developing Root AI. I actually managed to both plan and develop. And when it comes to game mechanics, I did not even manage to make the whole plan. So the Root AI can start its iteration process. Actually, it's already started. Root AI. Root AI Godot, I should specifically say. Yeah. Good job. Good job. DevRoot AI, this takes up too much space. I have a kind of a good separation, almost good separation, because DevRoot AI is very AI focused to write Godot project infrastructure, all of the game mechanics. And then the Atelier, Plan Atelier and Dev Atelier is similar to this, but the Atelier might also be a Root AI system. It might be. It will gradually become that. Yes, the final goal is that it actually becomes, it uses the same kind of hierarchy of agents and tools. Yeah. That's why I wanted to separate them. What should I call it? Root AI Godot. I could name it something else. The Atelier is a root AI software, and the Godot root AI, what is that? The purpose is to write, wait. All the scripts. Is it the purpose also to design things? Scenes and file structure and connecting things? No, it's not supposed to connect things. It's only supposed to write the infrastructure. What is... I think I should talk to AI. I think I should talk to Gemini. Actually, let's make sure people can disturb me. Actually, no, because it's not 12 o'clock. Okay, I already got Gemini open. Let's see how it goes. I am making a system based on a set of principles and design patterns that I call the root AI theory. And this system, the purpose is to create the necessary infrastructure inside the Godot game engine for the detective point and click and 3D driving game that I'm making. And I'm thinking, what exactly should it do? Should it, like, I wanted to create all of the necessary things regarding the foundational development and infrastructure, like, for example, all of the Godot scripts should be there, and all of the, like, maybe connections or something, like things related to being a developer and making sure that the kind of the architecture of the game is in place. All of the game mechanics are coded, but it doesn't relate anything to the actual content. That will come later. So I need to know, like, am I only going to create a bunch of Godot scripts, or what other files do I need to make so that later on I can just start populating the game with all of the necessary things?
That sounds like a fascinating approach to building your game's foundation. When you're setting up the infrastructure, you'll want more than just scripts. You'll need scene files to structure your levels and user interfaces, and likely autoloads to act as singletons for game-wide systems, like a game state manager or dialogue handler. You might also consider resources for defining data, like dialogue trees or character stats. Since you're planning a detective and driving game, how are you envisioning the core interaction systems, like clues and vehicle controls, fitting into this structure?
Yeah, the core, like there are three game mechanical pillars, and the simplest one is just the 3D driving, where you drive from one place to another. And the tricky part with the 3D driving is just that the map needs to be optimized so it can run on low-end hardware. And the map is like another separate software will create the map asset files, but the optimization and like the necessary infrastructure will be created in this system. And then secondly, we're gonna have standard point and click stuff. You're gonna have a little inventory. You're gonna be able to click on the map to walk around. No, not on the map. When you have driven to a place, you enter a 2D scene. And these 2D scenes are point and click, where you can click for the character to walk, you can click to interact with objects, you can click on characters to interact with characters, and to talk to characters. And that's like the core of things. And maybe we'll trigger some cutscenes sometimes. Yeah, we will trigger some cutscenes sometimes. And then last game mechanic pillar is the detective game mechanics, and this has not been decided yet, but it's something related to detective work. It's something that makes this game feel more like investigation and mystery and solving and feeling like you're doing an investigation kind of situation. It will probably contain some core simple things like memory kind of mechanic, where in a scene you have to remember which characters are there. So at another point in time, you have to remember which character was there and which character was not there, and in order to deduce clues and things like that. And yeah, that's kind of the basic core things. And yeah.
That's a very clear breakdown of your game's pillars, and it really helps narrow down what your infrastructure needs to support. For the driving pillar, your system should likely include foundational vehicle controllers and camera systems, along with performance management scripts to handle map loading and optimization. With the 2D point-and-click pillar, you'll need templates for interactive objects, a navigation system for movement, and an inventory management framework. Since the detective mechanics are still developing, having a flexible data structure for memory triggers will probably be key, allowing you to add specific logic later. Would you like to explore how those memory triggers could interact with the inventory system?
That sounds like an interesting thing to explore the memory triggers. Let's briefly do that, and then we get back to kind of what does this whole system need to create, like what kind of files especially, and are there other things that are not files that we create? I think maybe settings in Godot is one of the things that we need to change. But the settings are in a file, I suppose.
Memory triggers can certainly interact with your inventory system in interesting ways. For instance, picking up or inspecting a specific item could unlock a flashback or reveal a new memory, providing crucial information for the investigation. Getting back to the infrastructure, Beyond scripts, your system should create scene files for your 2D and 3D environments, autoloads to manage global game states, and custom resources for data like character profiles and dialogue data. Regarding settings, you'll also need to configure Godot's project settings to ensure consistent input maps, display resolutions, and layer definitions. Are there any particular settings or file types you want to prioritize for automation first?
In this discussion with you and me, we're not going to prioritize any of the features. We're making a complete minimal viable product plan of all of the game mechanical features. Actually, we're not going through all the game mechanical features, but in a rough sense, we already know the game mechanical features. We just need to get a bigger grasp on the files that we need to actually make in the system, because this system needs to be dynamic. Like, it needs to be able to create several scenes of the same kind of type, or well, it needs to be very simple to add and remove scenes and add and remove things like triggers on the 3D map when you're driving, like parking trigger, a 3D zone where you go into, and we also need to be able to add a new character, remove a character. We need to be able to add a dialogue, remove a dialogue, and all of these things should be pretty straightforward. I'm not sure if we are going to create any scenes at all using this system. Instead, we're gonna have a different piece of software that is actually going to create the scenes and the assets, like all of the content for the game is going to be created in a different piece of software using I will design a kind of workflow, like a design how things are made, like a template for scenes and a template for this, a template for that. But everything you need, like all of the fundamental parts need to be developed. So it's basically just to copy and paste a bunch of content.
Understood. In that case, your infrastructure system should focus on creating reusable base classes and templates, rather than specific content. You'll need base scripts that define the core mechanics, such as the logic for memory triggers, inventory management, and vehicle control. Your system should also generate scene templates for the different game states, like a base point-and-click scene and a base driving level, which can be inherited to create actual levels. Finally, it will need to create custom resources that store data, like dialogue definitions or memory profiles, which can be populated by your external tool. Would you like to discuss how these templates and resources should be organized within the project?
Yes.
To keep your project clean and scalable, it's best to organize your files by type. You could have a main folder for your infrastructure containing subfolders like scripts for base code, scenes for the base templates, and resources for the data definitions. Within the scripts folder, you might separate logic for driving, point-and-click mechanics, and memory triggers to keep everything modular. Would you like to refine that structure further to suit your specific workflow needs?
Yes.
Let's look at how to structure the subfolders. Inside the scripts folder, you could have separate directories for vehicle logic, interaction for point and click, and memory for those investigation triggers. Similarly, for the scenes folder, you might organize them into templates and components to clearly separate the base scenes from reusable building blocks. Does that level of detail align with the organization you have in mind?
Yeah, it's starting to sound very good.
I'm really glad to hear that. This solid organization will make it much easier to implement the different systems later on. Is there any the infrastructure or the workflow you'd like to refine before we move on?
Now I'm tempted to go to the PC, go to the same conversation with Gemini, and send what I have regarding the plan for the game mechanics, the decisions and plans I have for the game mechanics, like the point and click mechanics I was thinking about, the driving mechanics I was thinking about, and maybe even the detective. But I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna have that as a task to do, because it would take quite a long time to do that. I guess that's the that is a task to have. Assemble all the mechanic and ideas all of them are. Is this one also? No. Send our game mechanic files to Gemini. Ask about a complete feature list. Or focus on detective mechanics first. This is good. This is a more detailed way than these ideas. So it's the same idea, like, yeah, talk to Gemini to create a GDD version 1. Talk to Gemini and write on whiteboard. Yeah. And then what I was writing down here is take the GDD version 1 and talk to ChatGPT to improve to version 2. Then I would take the file or files and take it to ChatGPT to improve it. And maybe we'll skip Grok, because Grok is not free anymore, basically. I don't know about Claude. I'm gonna see if I have any Claude. Oh, for Opus I need to upgrade. Okay, that's how their new model is. Max. Sonnet. Yeah, this is the oh, okay, upgrade. Then I can ask things. Should I ask? It does. I get some free stuff. Is there a limit? I'm gonna remove growth from the equation. No. Cool. It's basically the same thing here. And the idea is to first focus on point and click, on game design, and then on interaction design. Let's give interaction design a slightly different color. Complete. Oh, that's detective. Okay, good. Good. First we are on the game design, and then going on to interaction design. Clean the square words and draw just to focus interaction design. Take interaction talk to improve. Yeah, focus on the, yeah. This might be separated into several tasks because we will have to explain each interaction design part. Maybe we need another role or something. Oh, another thing that I did yesterday that improved my sleep was I didn't drink cacao at all yesterday. So there was no caffeine and no theobromine when I was going to sleep. I made a lot of things yesterday that made it easier to sleep. That's very interesting. I wonder if I should write it down. Changing sheets, eating food, no cacao. That reminds me of my plan today. Okay, we've got 30 minutes left, then we're gonna do Qigong. And then, oh, I don't have it. If I remember correctly, Qigong, then a whole bunch of stuff, showering, eating, and cacao, and then golden hour. I don't know what I'll do during the golden hour. I could potentially prepare golden hour during these last 30 minutes. Yeah, to make sure I am prepared for the golden hour. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna remember to lie in the sofa during the golden hour to relax more. And I'll probably just look at the whiteboard there and continue thinking about Jörn Mysterium version 2, what it will contain and how the development will support it. And maybe it should be a piece of software, or maybe it should not be a piece of software. Making a piece of software helps me think like a developer, and it also makes things easier because then I focus already now to start making it. But I need to think about upgradability and handling legacy code and the complexity of writing crap codes at the beginning and writing features that are not going to be removed. So basically wasting time on writing code and stuff that is not going to be part of the project. So that's why I focus on making a plan, an MVP game mechanics plan with feature list. Yeah, that's why the sprint, yeah. I wonder if I should write down somewhere golden hour plan here. When does it start? It starts at 14. At 13 I eat. It will take just 15 minutes. And then 13:30 or 14. We'll say 14. From 14 until egg time, which is 17. That is 3 hours. And what will I do during these 3 hours? Maybe I can put the result at the bottom. Perfect sprint plan. And what is a perfect sprint plan? It means that, like, I'm not gonna use the sprint plan tomorrow. That's Sunday admin task. And then on Monday, I'm also not going to work on the sprint plan. And then on Tuesday, I'm gonna open up the sprint plan and start working on the sprint plan. And it should be completely clear what I need to do, that day, and how it is a third part of the sprint, and how the sprint is the most important thing to do. And something like why that is the most important thing to do, or like how does that lead to success, or something like the reasons, the reasoning, something like that. Not quite, but something like that. Upgrade root AI, then I'm also gonna look at the sprint plan, and I'm gonna wanna see how this relates to and during this day I wanna see how it relates to So this perfect sprint plan contains the 3 parts. The 3 parts, and how the 3 parts create the game. GM version 2. And then understand how GM work focusing on this bigger goal leads to success. This part is clarity. Overall clarity. This is the sprint goal. And these are role epics. cool. So on this little whiteboard, I need two things. What is GM version 2, and what are the 3 things that leads to Jörn Mysterium version 2? And one is either plan or Godot projects. Here we have a question. And one is upgrading the root AI system. In previous sprint I was developing Quen, testing. It's the next step. Maybe I should during this day actually write the Godot code using the AI. Maybe that's how I should do it. Let's see if that is a good idea. Use root AI rag. That's not a good acronym to use in the AI space because it's already used. Root AI Godot. Right. Project files. Test. And this should actually create a prototype. And yeah, this is kind of cool. This might work. So this one creates the plan. Prototype plan. Mechanics. And this, ooh, it's obviously detective mechanics. Or I might be, like, if I follow, I might be done with the whole plan. Point and click is easiest to finish. The only question later on is maybe we need to rewrite the code. If I write a working prototype for point and click, and later on the game mechanics for the detective game mechanics or the driving game mechanics interact in a unharmonious way, then the point and click code needs to be rewritten. That is the risk, but the reward is so great. P and C game mech prototype plan, which then is used to make the prototype. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe it should be the driving mechanics. Driving mechanics are actually the easiest to develop. I've already done it, actually. Well, I haven't done it high quality enough, but I've already done it. Like, you can drive around and you can park. It's so easy. And here somewhere we add prototype with dynamic optimized map. No, dynamic map. And then on Thursday, when we work on the 3D map, we create a map. Dynamically change the map. And this is Jörn Mysterium version 2. So what do I do here? What did I do in the... I was listing essential features for the mapping tool. Add optimization feature math list. Yeah, I made this Google Doc here. Essential 3D map, 90 step plan. And now it's thinking of going to the next one. Step, whiteboard, vision sketches. Simply draw a section of the file and what it contains. Placing, maybe just placing things on a map. So you can drive and we can place on map, or maybe not sure if this is the way, because this will create legacy systems. Like this will create a system that when it's upgraded I need to go into understanding the code that I've written and then try to figure out the next feature and then add on the next feature, and then after that, of the next week, it might be the right way to do it. I haven't done it this way, so it's a bit risky, but I think this is the suggested way of doing it. that I gradually build an understanding of this, of my own system. Repeat things, going back things. Potentially I can make this mapping software in Godot. And if I make it in Godot later on, I can say to AI, can you look at this Godot project and convert it into a Python project? If I need more features, need more freedom than what Godot can make, than what Godot can do. Feels a bit short-term thinking of doing this, but it will lead to a playable Jörn Mysterium game. That's why I like it from a product owner point of view. It will lead to something directly, something that I can review as a product owner. Easily review. But I don't want to make work easy for me as a product owner. I want to make work efficient. I want to make the correct work. I don't want to make work easy for the product owner. I want to make the work that makes the success of the product increase. But maybe I would make a I would probably use Godot to make the 3D mapping tool, because that makes everything work. Either I make a Godot 3D map tool or I manually change the map to put in stuff. This means that this becomes planning, plan GTD. I use my root AI tool, where I test my root AI tool to write game mechanics, which is drive. And I start to think about the 3D map optimization. I somehow make this place on map feature, or I'm making a 3D map file, kind of 3D map JSON. Yeah, this is gonna be real fun. Damn. Fucking hell, it's gonna be fun. I think this is the best way to spend this time. It really it pushes me, because this is hard to do, but it also focuses me on very focused, so I will be able to use my time very efficiently, because this pan is so incredibly focused. Yep. Now I'm gonna take an image of that one. And then I'm gonna wipe it. I did not, however, plan what I was gonna do during golden hour, but wait, that's what I did. I forgot I was plan what I was gonna do during golden hour. But it just solved itself. This is what I do during golden hour. I'll take this and translate it into this. No, not Jörn 3D map cool features. I'll translate into the backlog. Well, maybe I need to. I have 3 hours. So I'm actually not gonna wipe it. I'm gonna keep it here. This is great. Amazing. Because then I can keep it here as a kind of a reminder, like what I'm doing. I need to dismiss my alarm. Can I do that? I can't do that yet. Because I don't want to have the alarm when I'm doing Qigong. And what is the time now? 11:27. Perfect. I'm gonna take a little break and then I will do Qigong. Yes, end of golden hour. I'll write history. You can look at this. Can you? Now it is time for Qigong. There are many videos on Qigong. I want like 30 or 40 minutes, preferably like 40 minutes of Qigong. I have a couple these ones saved. This one is very gentle. It is really after 50 exercises. So it's, if I teach myself this, I will probably be able to do this for the rest of my life. And if I do it every day for the rest of my life, or something like that, I'll probably definitely be able to do it for the rest of my life. And it does contain a bunch of different movements. This one is just 17 minutes. He looks like that's just 13 minutes. Qigong for excited fear. It's 23 minutes. I think this is what I did the other day. 2 days ago. It was quite good. I haven't done this one. Oh, this is Tai Chi. I wonder what the difference is. Let's see what the AI say. What is the difference between Qigong and... because they both work with Qi. origin, structure, and intent. Qigong, broad foundational building block. Tai Chi is highly specialized, complex application built on top of it. Okay. Feature. Qigong, primary nature is health, wellness, and energetic cultivation. Tai Chi is an internal martial art, implicitly combative. I see. Simple, isolated, repetitive movements. Tai Chi, complex, continuous, choreographed sequences, forms. Feature, footwork, more stationary or basic linear. Constant weight shifting, stepping button, origin, 4,000 years old, routine, shamanic dance, and medical confidence. This tells me I don't want to do Tai Chi, I want to do Qigong. Qigong energy work. Isolate specific kinetic patterns. You might repeat a single simple movement 20 times. Raising the hands, open the lungs. The physical demands slower, allowing deep, immediate focus on breath synchronization and myofascial release. Okay. Muscles and the fascia. Okay. Tai Chi, supreme movement. If a string does not disintegrate into a seamless, unbroken routine, rarely repeat the movement in place. Instead, the transition continues in some comfort way. Okay. Optimize fluid circulation and balance nervous system by regulating stress responses. Tai Chi is a martial art, even from ultra slow motion for health. Every movement is functional combat application, a strike, a lock, a throw, or a parry. Understanding the martial mechanics, the intent is crucial to correct alignment. Hierarchical relation. Every genuine Tai Chi form contains Qigong, but Qigong does not contain Tai Chi. Tai Chi uses Gong principles, controlled diaphragmatic breathing, structural relaxation, and mental focus as the fuel to power its complex physical architecture. If you want a highly efficient modular routine for recovery, stress management, and physical maintenance Qigong, you want a lifelong, deep discipline that develops complex spatial awareness, balance, and internal kinetic power, Tai Chi. Then I'm pretty sure that I want Qigong. And this is Tai Chi, but it might be Qigong. Why is there no sound? My TV is not on. Yeah, this is like a block. Yeah. I don't want to do this movement. I don't want to stimulate muscle growth. Or I just want to stimulate healing. Okay. Then from all of my choices, this is the closest one, but I might be able to find something longer. I don't know if I should be doing something longer. Qigong foundations. This seems like it might be, but it will take cognitive load because going through things. breath, dantian, flow.
Hello there, my wonderful friends. Welcome back. Today, we're going to go through Qigong basic foundations that will actually help elevate your practice. Most of the times, these Qigong foundations are overlooked, and we forget how powerful these foundations really are.
The bump on machine is really, I think it's smaller now. I think it's, no, I think it's the same size. I think this is the right video, but obviously I cannot just play the sound. So, and it will kind of not be in excess, like I don't think. Yeah, I'll still do it though. It'll be a very soft training for today, which is good. And a cognitive break. Thinking about other things. I want to stand here. Okay, see you later. I just have to say, I just noticed how similar my room is and her room is. it's like window, gray curtain, whitish walls with a plant in the corner, kind of light gray ground, earth colors on the clothes. Like the only difference is I have a whiteboard and she has a shelf. And she has more earthy clothes. That's insane. It's insane how similar it is. It feels like it could be. That's crazy. that was really good. I didn't feel like it wasn't like an exercise where, well, it was not aerobic at all. It was just calming. It wasn't really exercise. I didn't get sweaty. I got warm. I could have squatted more, but I wanted to spare my knees. And I feel extremely relaxed, to a point where I start to feel like small pieces of pain in my body in different parts. And I think it's from exercising so much the last days and not like resting enough, or maybe not getting like high quality nutrients, or maybe not getting high quality sleep, because the body repairs itself during sleep, so that might be a big part of it. So for me it was good to do Qigong today. Yeah. It would have been nice with a refresh. Aerobic tempo had been very nice, because like to be in a completely different world for a while. But maybe I can do that by going on a walk. Or maybe I just need some more time to relax and do nothing. I felt immediately a bit of freedom. That's nice. I'm gonna see what this is about. This is I like this, I really like this concept. The music is not always very good, but sometimes it's good. Part of it is good. But I really like this concept of it's telling a story through the video, and it's very simple kind of way. I like the concept, and it has different images depending on like different parts of the story, kind of. So yeah, I'm gonna listen to this. It's gonna be nice. I'm gonna maybe watch some YouTube, maybe eat some food. Should I do that? I feel like I need a complete kind of break. I don't know if making a shower makes sense, because I haven't gotten sweaty. Yeah, I'm gonna take like some kind of break where I just I don't know if I should allow myself to look at YouTube videos and all of this stuff. Now I remember. I'm relaxing enough so that I can enter a golden hour state. So yeah, not sure what I'll do. I wonder if I can watch YouTube during stream. I usually do that, so I think it's fine. Oh yeah, that image is gone. Oh, I'm super hungry. Yesterday I ate between like 8 o'clock. That's That's like 8 hours from now. It's a completely different way. I don't know what else to do, but I kind of feel hungry, so I'm gonna eat. And I think it's best to divide. For the mind, I think it's best to divide the meals as much as you can, but for the teeth, it is good to not divide the teeth as much as you can. The opposite. This one was actually kind of good. It's interesting that she's working with a map and it's winter and northern lights, similar to... Oh, I just got an idea. I could hide things in real life, and the map that you get in the game package actually leads to a location where you can find a treasure. I don't want to have things on my ears, and I wanna feel free, but I can't listen to the... I don't know, it's like the music isn't that terribly good, it's just okay, it's just kind of a little good. Now I'm just gonna raw dog eating this and looking out the window. I think that's a winning move. For success. computer. Open the 3D3. That was a nice break. Now it's 13 o'clock. It's time for the chocolate. The last chocolate. So the theobromine and the caffeine and exits the body before the end of the day. It's last of my cacao mix, but since I have abundant thinking, I've already prepared. For several weeks I've had the fill up. The only thing I need is to crush the spices. Like everything hurts. I'm trying to open and close the jaw and I feel pain here. I feel some pain here after eating. Where did I, like small pains in size here, but that's the muscles. Now I felt the pain back here, spot. And I'm sure if I try to move, like, I think it's the Qigong is making me really aware to listen to my body. I might need a day or two where I don't drink any caffeine and no creatine, and maybe no cognitive enhancement mix. It depends on the effect. Maybe NAC NAC, because supposedly it helps with regeneration. Or it's enough with doing like Qigong, yoga, Qigong, yoga, Qigong over a couple of days and getting good sleep. Now is the time of golden hour. I think I can smooth into some work now. That rest was good. I just looked out the window, took the breath, made a sneeze. I didn't listen to this one yesterday, did I? I forgot about that. Maybe I'll be the boss man today then. Okay, if I remember correctly, my idea is golden hour, and I was going to go there, start there, prepare the post-its and stuff, then move back here, fill the backlog, chickity chonk, and then end the working day with writing the history for today. Sprint planning history thing. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Now the TV has this information. How do I get... Yeah. It's too big for the... Still too big. Didn't solve the... It's like nothing happened. Whoa. Yeah, that's good. Wait. I was on the wrong one. Well, now we can do this last part first. Oh, it fits. That's great. Cool. I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's go with the webcam. Because I'm thinking of turning the other screen this way, the TV screen. Good. Now I can see the TV screen, I can see the stream, and I can see whiteboard. I'm so happy about this box. It makes me feel like it's achievable. Having this here, like I can really feel it filling up with games. Gives me motivation. Okay. Lying in the sofa. That's the golden hour stuff. Done. I just got a slight idea. Almost worked. Maybe it will work. Very close to working. Maybe another time. I wanted to associate it, that kind of thing, to the packaging time. Now, let's start with naming that post-it. Dev root AI I was talking to Gemini about the features that would be in it. To get a more understanding of what it actually does. To give it a name like Atelier, so I don't say root AI. Instead, root AI is the foundation it is developed upon, the theory. But what actually it does, right now, the first version, it uses local inference Quen model to write Godot scripts from spec-driven development. But what is it really? Is it just AI coder? AI developer? I'm gonna ask Gemini again. Need a good name for it. Why does it take forever to load? What's the problem with the Gemini app? Firstly, let's come up with a name on this kind of software. Like, I need something that's either one word or two words, something simple, and it should really encompass, probably one of the words should be Godot, since it's focused on making games for Godot, but I'm not sure, maybe some other word could be used, but yeah.
That's a fun and practical task. Finding the right name will definitely give your project a strong identity. You could consider names like Godot Architect, Godot Core, or even Godot Forge to highlight the construction aspect. Another option might be something like Corda, keeping it simple and memorable in one word. Does one of those spark your interest, or would you like to explore some different directions?
I want to explore some different directions because, like, I need something that really captures the essence of this. Like, previously I called it Root AI Godot, since it was based on my Root AI design patterns, and it's about making Godot. But I don't want to use root AI anymore in the name, because that's just like the underlying theory of how it's made. But still, I need something to explain, like what this software does and how you use it, and something that is not general. It needs to be something. We need to find a really good name.
Understood. Let's focus on names that reflect the idea of building a strong foundation or framework. You could explore names like Godot Scaffold, Godot Forge, or Godot Blueprint to emphasize the architectural side. If you want something a bit more abstract, maybe something like Nexus Core or Genesis Godot. Do any of those feel closer to what you're imagining?
Scaffold feels kind of good because that's the point of doing it, like creating an infrastructure, creating a skeleton, creating like this core fundamental kind of, it's kind of like building blocks, but we're using the Godot engine to build the building blocks, so that it's building blocks inside of Godot, and the building blocks are made by AI and you make them through spec-driven development.
Godot Scaffold captures that concept perfectly. It reflects the foundational, supportive nature of your system.
No, it doesn't capture it. It's confusing. Godot Scaffold, when I hear that, I think, okay, this is something that Godot uses, or like something too much connected to Godot. I think maybe we remove Godot from the world, maybe just Scaffold, but I don't know if that's good enough. Maybe can you come up with some other ideas? And the whole thing is like, Scaffold is what it creates, it's not what it does in order to create it. So the process is not like, it's more like it creates a scaffold, so we cannot call it scaffold.
Understood. Let's look for a name that focuses on the active process of creating that foundation. You could consider names like Spec Engine, Blueprinter, or Genesis Logic to highlight the speculative and structural nature of what the system does. Another idea might be Core Architect, which combines the core systems with the design aspect. Do any of those sound more fitting for what you're describing?
Spec Engine is quite good, to be honest.
I'm really glad to hear that. Spec Engine nicely captures the combination of spec-driven development and the underlying engine infrastructure. Now that you've settled on a name, are you thinking about mapping out the first specifications the engine should handle? Or are there other infrastructure details you want to refine first?
Right now I'm doing sprint planning, so I'm more in a like this higher level of development, and during the sprint it's several parts that I will do to continue to develop this game, and the goal of this sprint is to create a prototype of the game.
It sounds like you have a clear focus on the bigger picture right now. Please continue with what you were saying about the goal of this sprint.
The goal of this sprint is to create version 2 of the game, and it will contain a driving game mechanic, and it will also feature a dynamic map system in Godot. So Godot will use some kind of files that can be like, we can just, another piece of software can change these files, and then the map will update, as long as the other piece of software is speaking the same language, of course. So the sprint goes in 3 ways, in 3 focused parts. It starts with planning the game design for the driving game mechanic, and that should be pretty straightforward. I'm expecting it to be pretty simple and go quite easy. And then I will go into writing the spec engine, which is this engine that, I will not develop the spec engine. We already have a Quen agent that can write Godot scripts. So the spec engine is already working and it can write scripts for Godot. And then what I will do is this sprint is to use this one to test it out, to write a Godot project with that has the driving mechanics and has the kind of logic related to loading the map. And yeah, and the last part of the sprint is to make another piece of software which is also made in Godot, but the purpose of this piece of software is to make the map. So that's kind of the plan and the thing I'm gonna do this sprint.
That's a very clear and comprehensive plan for this sprint. Focusing on the integration between your spec engine and the dynamic map will be a significant step forward for your project. I'm particularly interested in how the separate map creation software will communicate with the main game. Will they be using a shared file format or another method?
I think, well, what we need to do is think very functional and use time efficiently, so and reduce complexity. So the idea is to just use a shared file format, and that's as simple as it gets. Or do you have any other suggestion?
Using a shared file format is an excellent and efficient approach. It keeps complexity low and ensures both tools can work with the same data directly, minimizing the need for complex synchronization. This definitely aligns well with your goal of efficient and functional development. How are you planning to structure the data within that file format?
I want to share with the stream now. I'm not talking to Gemini. I turned it off for the moment. Last year, when I was working on the house editor and working on this tool to create maps, I developed a system, like an initial idea of design of several different JSON files, where one JSON file describes the whole world, and then another JSON file describes a house in that world, and then another JSON file describes like parts of it. So it's a bunch of JSON files in a hierarchy describing each part. And I think I'll do that. Okay, so the main idea on how to solving the shared file format is to work with JSON, and yes, JSON, and maybe we'll use some standard 3D model format, but basically there will be a hierarchy of JSON files. One JSON file will basically be covering the whole size of the world, and like how many segments, or have IDs to segments of this map, and then the IDs lead to sub JSON format files which describe a more closely, more fine-grained area. And I think it's enough with 2 levels of JSONs, one for the bigger area and one for sub, or something like that. Or maybe, like, I think if we use JSON, it's really easy to keep things modular, and yeah, something like that. But I've also, that's the general idea.
That tiered JSON approach is an excellent way to manage complexity while keeping performance smooth, especially for low-end hardware. By organizing the map into segments, Godot can load only what's necessary, which is super efficient. How are you envisioning the transition between those different levels of detail as the player explores?
Well, first of all, it's going to be a kind of top-down driving experience. So this will make it even easier to make it work optimally on low-end hardware, because then we have to load less things. But other than that, I'm not sure. So I would love to hear ideas, and yeah.
A top-down driving experience simplifies things significantly and opens up some classic approaches for managing a map. You could use a grid-based streaming system where the game loads and unloads rectangular segments of the map as the vehicle moves between them, triggered by your high-level JSON coordinates. This ensures only the visible area and its immediate surroundings are in memory, keeping things highly performant. Would you like to explore how to handle the visual blending at the boundaries of these sections?
Yeah, that sounds like a good solution. What do you mean about handling visual blending at the boundaries?
I was thinking about how to prevent players from seeing seams or sudden pop-ins when a new section of the map loads. By using blending techniques like fading in the new scenery or having the terrain textures match perfectly at the edges, you can create a much smoother, more seamless driving experience.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Godot, it has this basic level of detail when it comes to shadows and when it comes to things when loading the model, and I think I can use that. I'm not sure. Previously, I've been using the web-based, like the web graphic, and that could not handle some of these things to look that good, especially shadows. But I think even if we use a low-end computer, we can use the other way. We use the compatibility mode on Godot for firstly, and then we'll use the graphics that can handle these things, and then we'll adjust the things so we can fade in and out details. Is that what you were thinking about, or were you thinking about something else?
That sounds like a very solid plan. Using Godot's compatibility mode and leveraging level of detail techniques like fading in objects or simplifying shadows at a distance is exactly the right way to maintain performance on low-end hardware while keeping the visuals looking great. You're definitely on the right track with that approach.
Can you remind me what the different technologies are when going with web-based graphics or using local hardware-based graphics? It's like there are names on the different kind of.
When you're dealing with web-based graphics, the primary technology is a WebGL and the newer WebGPU, which allow browsers to access graphics hardware directly. For local hardware, you're usually using powerful APIs like Vulkan, DirectX, Metal, or OpenGL, which provide more direct and optimized communication with the GPU on your device. Are you considering how to leverage one of these for the map-making software you're working on?
Well, everything is made in Godot, so we will adapt to what is available in Godot, and yeah, we're gonna use local hardware solution. And I don't know, what do you suggest? What would make it work on older computers the best?
Since you're sticking with Godot, the best way to support older computers is to use Godot's compatibility rendering method. This is designed for lower-end hardware and uses a more lightweight set of graphic features. To get even more performance, you can bake your lighting instead of using dynamic lights, optimize your 3D models with lower polygon counts, and enable occlusion culling so the engine only renders what's currently in view. You could also consider capping the frame rate to keep the system running smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, we will do all of those things, but I'm wondering, like, what technology are we going to use? Are we going to use OpenGL, or are we going to use something else? Like, what choices do we have in Godot for compatibility rendering?
In Godot's compatibility mode, the engine uses OpenGL, specifically OpenGL 3.3, to ensure it runs smoothly on older hardware and various devices. This choice helps achieve the broad compatibility you need for your project.
Now I feel a little bit pain up here. This is really good. This conversation with Gemini is really valuable. Like, it really connects the bigger picture of what I was planning. It's like the sprint plan slowly comes in towards what actually needs to be done, but we're not focusing in on too much detail. We're just finding the solutions, and I'm updating this a bit. Like the JSON 3D map is a shared file format, is a tiered JSON structure, it's a grid-based loading system, and now compatibility mode. I already knew it was probably going to be compatibility mode, and OpenGL. And I think it's fine to, like, Godot, the Godot project that is a 3D mapping tool, generates a file, a JSON file, and combines it with 3D assets and maybe some other things. We'll see how far we get, and then I just copy that into the game Godot project, because that copying will not, I will not have to do it often at all. Like once every sprint. So it will take just a couple of minutes times 15, so total 15 minutes. But now I'm starting to think maybe, no, that's gonna be scope creep. I'm not gonna try to save 15 minutes. That's not a good leverage task. Now let's see. We have a new name, the Spec Engine, or Spec Engine Godot. And this one is already in development, so we don't need this one anymore. This version of the Spec Engine is just Godot. For make it draw it even more beautiful. There we go. spec engine. Maybe I should write dev. No. Well, I'm going to use the spec engine in this sprint. I'm going to test it. Let's see. We are going to develop game mechanics, but we are also going to plan game mechanics. Free cloud AI, send files to review. I'm going to do that, but I feel like that's I needed this to remind myself that I can do this as a now I'll just do it when I need to. I'm not sure if we should put like we're planning game make. Yeah, we're going to plan game make for the driving. The driving essentials. The essential driving. This is good. This is actually really good. When it comes to game mechanics, the driving is separate from the point and click and the detective enough and simple enough that it's so fundamental to work that we'll just make it. Because we will use it regardless. We might add some detective flair to something, but still the foundation is probably highly likely it will work with whatever detective mechanics I think of. Highly likely, very incredibly highly likely. We will plan the map tool since we're gonna do let's see what order. I can see the order. Plan game is gonna come first. Driving game mechanic prototype plan, and then the development of the game mechanics come in place. Which I'm gonna use the spec engine. So this is kind of the same thing. Combining these two, and then there's no HQAI, but there is plan of the map tool. Maybe yeah. Plan the map tool and develop the map tool. I don't know if we'll use the spec engine. Yes, we will. I don't know how to connect it. First we have plan game mechanics. Then we have develop game. But at the same time here we plan the map. Well, we don't plan the map tool, but we plan the half of it, the intersection. Planning map tool is more like designing the UI for the mapping tool and making that easy. Anyway, the last part is developing the map tool or actually using the map tool. Let's just make a note that says map tool, 3D map tool. Let's make it look nicer. I don't like that one. That's better. And with this new way of working, we're actually implementing feature by feature, but we still have a lot of planning to do. For like, at some point we're gonna stop planning MVP game mechanic. That's what it needs to say. Plan MVP game make. Actually, MVP should be larger. There we go. Plan MVP game make. Because this eventually is gonna go away and we're just gonna dev game make. There's no work on the atelier. This is pretty late stuff. Cool. Does that summarize it? Where was I? I need to clean my glasses. Okay. I'll clean up a bit. Needs a heavy clean. Good. Now we have planning. Plan game mechanics. That's GDD. And use root AI Godot, write project file tests. That's the spec engine that we use to write the game dynamic and 3D map tool. And then make Godot 3D map tool and 3D map. This is great. This is really great to get to iterate very early. Get into iteration early. I'm amazed that this solution is. How much time have you used? It's not even 14 o'clock. We're basically done with this part. The role epics. I could do something like this and be specific. Let's say, what are we actually gonna do? And give it some more space. Gonna give more space. good. Drive. This is epic. This is theme. Dev game make. Dev drive. And then spec engine is test. Try. Call it try because we don't have any. And the 3D map tool. The 3D map tool has two parts. It has two epics. One tier JSON. To design the share file. Actually, it's not good agile to say, in Scrum you don't say specific tools, you say what you're doing. Plan, shared, file format. And then 2 is to, well, 3 steps there actually. To plan, but maybe shared file format becomes English. Try. Try this too, and plan. Shared file formats. .3D map. Plan 3D map. Plan 3D map shared file format. Plan 3D map share 3D map file format. And this one we still divide it into 2 because we have one plan features feature to dev feature 3 make map make test map. We're not going to call it a test map, we're going to call it the 3D map. That's a role. We could give a name to this Jörn Mysterium version. What do we call it? Drive map. Map and drive. Because the challenge is the mapping feature. Map as in the verb map. Map. Map and drive. Map and drive. This is a good way of working, like sprint planning starts here with the big picture, or well, I don't know if it starts here, but eventually it comes here. I don't know exactly how we came here, I don't remember exactly the thoughts, processes and the association that led us here. But it's in the transcript, it's in the video. And we should have a Jörn Mysterium version 2. Actually, I don't want to have the name there. I just want to have Jörn Mysterium versus 2. I can have the names on the build or in the name of the build or whatever. But if I do it like this with theme, yeah, plain and plan MVP make dev, yeah, we still need a whole MVP plan. That's a theme that will end eventually when the MVP is done. Actually, I want to rewrite that one because I started to ignore the MVP part. How do I write it so MVP becomes focus? Do I circle it? I think I do. It is the most important thing to do. Good. This has been updated, so I should take an image of it. Now it's full. The whiteboard is full. Like, I crammed these things in here, and in order to not encourage myself to try to cram things, I'll say just this one is full. I could have just wiped out some of it, but I don't think I need. I will use the photo. Now I might use my TV as a third screen. That's the stream. That I might have the photograph that I just took, and that's where I will have the backlog, or maybe I'll have the backlog on the big one, but I don't think so. I don't think I should have things that I'm going to edit on the big one. I should have the thing that I'm going to edit on this screen, and the thing I'm gonna look at occasionally on that screen. feel like I need a break. So I think actually I'm gonna... Should I take a shower now? Yeah, I'll take a shower. A little bit of a cooling shower. Hovering. done. Great. That was a good, almost perfect break. Like 80% break. The photo is uploaded. After doing the shower, I realized two things. First is it's Saturday and I was planning to do some things today and I didn't check my calendar. So that's an interesting thing. And then the second is hidden work. I realized I haven't planned in any work on making a story. But I think it might be, I'm not sure if it's it's not the product owner, but it's a new role. Narrative. I'm gonna do something like this. Under here we have game dev. This is good. This is good. This is like an overview. It's like a digital version of the board there, but more later, like the actual history, more detailed. Things that I don't need to see all the time to remind myself, but details regarding things. So the narrative, for example, I'm gonna need time to develop it. The idea before was to use AI, to use Atelier to generate plot points, curve, and I just realized I have a structure for the narrative. Maybe I can start working, maybe I should parallel work with the narrative as well. Maybe I should put in narrative on Fridays and merge backlog grooming as if sprint plan and everything. As this system becomes better and better, I will unlock Friday. And I think what I will do is I will put narrative on Friday. I wonder how I will remember that. If I come back to this one, maybe something here, or narrative is Friday available for narrative? What? Surely I can. No, I want to press it. I want to deselect it. Now I can't deselect that one either. Man. Whatever. Okay, well I can deselect that one. Previously I could deselect That's weird. I wanted to give them more space. Something like that. Because then I can actually, I'm gonna make it smaller. Actually, something like that. And make it wrap. Cool, that'll fit perfectly. Is Friday available? Is Friday available for narrative? I will check that next sprint, and if I not have that, I'll move it here. This one will just be nagging. Yeah. And the two other things I was thinking about was, is Friday narrative? Writing the narrative, I could do it with the atelier or manually. I think, well, with the atelier I can kind of generate and change things, and things will trickle down. Like if I notice, oh, this character cannot be named this, it must be named something else, and I rename it. And then after that, the atelier can like change all the names in all of the dialogues, for example. But I might just use AI, like local AI, Gemini or something, to edit those files. I can probably find a good solution. And I think the atelier will not be useful. It will not be worth it to develop it, because it will make, like, developing the narrative functions for the atelier and then using that to develop the narrative, even though that would be faster, and then having the atelier, it's a bigger risk, because I don't know exactly how long the atelier is going to take to develop the narrative parts. It's a risk. It depends. First of all, if the map becomes done or not. If the map doesn't become done, then there's no time for atelier. Well, on if Friday unlocks, then I can use that for wherever. But I have two options. Either I work narrative on the atelier, which is a lot of software, and then just iterate and have fun, or do it manually, and then it's kind of like everything fits in my head. It's more taxing, because then I need to keep everything in my head, and yeah, maybe my head won't be able to handle it even if Friday gets free. Maybe I can handle getting Friday free, but maybe I cannot handle putting more stuff in on Friday. We'll see later on. Anyway, so manually it's pretty, I think it's kind of easy to do, and then I use AI for specific things, like generate this dialogue, generate this dialogue, generate this dialogue. I think dialogues will be the most thing that I will need to generate, and review to make sure they're good. So I'll get back to that. Yeah, I wanted to add an image here. But before that, yeah, I need to remember the other track I was going on. That I have a structure for the story. I have a great underlying structure that I can use that makes everything much easier. And I think it's gonna be easy to use that to make it. I'm just gonna take a risk. This is the image I was thinking. I haven't taken an image. Uploading picture, uploading done, refreshing site. Copy image. Oh no, I can't make it bigger. Parenting screen. Maybe this would be the right, something like that. Packaging. Oh, here. It's so interesting. Then I can associate this activity with the leaves on the ground. It's like I can see the future. It's like this is the combination of this and this is the future. It's like I've making a collage of the future. Or something. thinking of adding like a priority to-do list or something. To do. Like tasks are prioritized. Do the first one or reprioritize. I don't know, maybe it's that easy. Marketing plan. Ordering plan. And then marketing plan. Those are two things that I need to do. Here's the thing, I don't know if this is the most important thing. This might be the most important thing. Epic talks. Why? When? Something like that. Now I'm gonna move from the TV screen, I'll move the backlog to the screen and up on the TV screen I will have this one. Now I have that one over there, and now I feel like I'm not using this space here. Strange. Let's unpack that one and merge these ones, because then I can make this as large as I want. Sprint GM2. Now we're not going to produce a Google document. It's not the init sprint anymore. First, develop. A Godot build. Table on laptop. Table on Linux. Or just a Godot build. That's the DOT. Keep doing. Let's put this one. What? 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 Oh, okay. Everything got. Oh, okay. Text. That's the previous plan. The new plan is a high-level build of the game. Mappen Jörn Mysterium version 2. Is it version 2? Version 1. Mappen drive. Just remix, that's enough. With 3 main parts. You can drive a car using arrow keys. You can use the map editor to change the map. Make a map. Do we need to change also? Be able to change? You can drive a car using arrow keys. You can use the map editor to make a map. We plan the game mechanics for driving. Yeah, MVP. Mechanics for driving. Features. What doing? We planned MVP game mechanics for driving. Can we do it like that? I want a space there. This might not be enough, but we might be able to extend it. What doing? We planned the MVP game mechanics for driving. Then we use the spec engine. To develop the game drive game mechanics, testing the spec testing the special. This is good. We're doing it in the right order, things. I like that I don't remember what actually the first step was, but it makes sense, like having this sprint goal written out here. It makes it so easy to write the user stories under here. Well, it's not really user stories, but the tasks under here, the goals under here. And before writing this, writing this is so easy because I have both the plan on the little whiteboard there, and I have divided it up on the whiteboard into themes even more and epics. It's like it's different perspectives on the same thing. It's like I have 1, 2, 3, 4 perspectives on the same thing, which in some cases many would think that's too much documentation, you just need one document. I disagree. I need a longer desk. Then we use this again to drive game mechanics. The Godot project. Then we plan and then develop the file, share file format for the 3D map. Version 1 share file format for the 3D map. So Jörn Mysterium Godot. Maybe we don't name it this, maybe we change the name, but drive around in it. Then we plan the features for the 3D map tool to develop feature initiating the map tool as Godot project. 3. Make a 3D map. And then build and test. Run the game inside Godot. No build necessary. That is the plan. It'll just have to be something like that. Let's see if we're missing something here. Feature complete game mechanics document. Detailed list of all features. Complete Godot active plan. Verify. to send a software agent. Each feature must be detailed how it's implemented in the architecture. By making a full plan instead of... I feel like I need to put this information somewhere, because we kind of need to remember that, well, we need to remember those solutions that will come later. But it will not, in this new way of working, instead of focusing all on planning, we actually get into iterating directly, and we plan one MVP part, which is the driving part, and then develop that MVP part. And then I plan the point and click part and implement that part. So probably next week will be point and click, like MVP point and click. Probably. Should I write that? Yeah, I should. I feel like I should write that on the big board. To have that in mind for the next MV plan point and click dev point. And then I don't know what to do there, and I don't know what to do there. What comes after? Like, let's say we succeed. Let's do that one. We succeed with the spec engine. We use the spec engine. We basically focus on trying it out. That's the focus. Plan 3D map, shared file formats. Yeah, that's a good thing to do actually, because it connects to spec engine, but it connects to cloud AI. Cloud AI for specs. Cloud AI for specs. Need to add that text to the description. And develop shared file format. Right. Okay. We need to think about the next step here. So we've done this one, Jörn Mysterium 2. You can drive around in the map. We have a map that you can drive around in, and it is a format so I can use the other tool, a Godot tool, to make a map, and then I can just have that file. It creates that file. And then I can copy that file into the other game, into the actual game. Into that game, into the game projects. And then when I change the name of it or link it correctly, so when I drive it, I can drive in the map that I made in the other program. That's gonna be so easy. It's gonna be so easy. I'll probably encounter a bunch of small details that are troublesome, but it's overall it's such an easy thing, and it feels like very few features. There's a very rich leverage kind of iteration. And yeah, so we have that. And then next plan will probably be focusing on making the MVP to point and click. And then I will think, oh, I'm gonna need a background. Or I'm gonna need to be able to walk around in the background, probably. Probably just walk around or something. Well, let's see. Actually, no. Yeah. The planning creates the MVP part. All of the MVP features. And then we just pick the first one and we develop that one. Or we make it's a simple priority of which feature for point and click we develop in the first MVP. And then develop that one. And we use the spec engine because the spec engine worked perfectly last time. And wait a minute. Wait a minute. Trying of the spec engine does not happen on Wednesday. Well, not for the development of the drive, because that happens on Tuesday, along with this. So on Tuesday I use the spec engine and Cloud AI for specs to make the driving development. And then on Thursday I plan the map tool, I dev the feature, and I use the spec engine, Cloud AI for specs, and then I make a 3D map. So on Wednesday, what do I do then? Do I plan 3D map shared file format? Do I use the spec engine to plan 3D map shared file format? Or do I develop some feature for the spec engine? I might focus on day by day. In the future I might divide this into 3 days instead of different roles. Maybe. But there's a good rhythm to having different roles on different days. Well, I can still pick a role for a day, but I could potentially focus, the spec engine they could potentially focus on the 3D mapping tool. So the 3D mapping tool gets a lot of work if we're gonna do the 3D map shared file format as well. But maybe we'll actually, I don't know, maybe it'll work. We could plan on the planning day. It's easy to plan the drive, that's going to be easy. Then we can plan the 3D map share file format. That makes much more sense. Plan drive, MVP, game mechanics, number 1, and then number 2 is plan 3D map shared file format. And then we can unlock a whole freaking day to get leverage to develop the next feature for the spec engine. Let me do a micro sleep. The purpose of the microsleep is that so that the brain, especially frontal lobe executive functions, get some time to recharge the neurons. Basically, it's basically a little break. I'm gonna do a little break, and then I'm gonna come back to this. I'm looking forward to a crazy, focused, productive week. I feel crazy productive. I feel proud. I feel like this is going places. I feel like I feel like I'm successful. I feel like I can see the future. I feel safe, in control, powerful. And I think it's because I've been focusing, is because I've taken up space in my own life. Taking up my own I've been taking up my own space. And I think I've done that partially by talking to myself a lot. And I've talked to myself a lot because I've talked to the stream or explained things to the stream, even though nobody's been watching. Or there have been like 4 or 6 views at some point, but I've never known when someone's watching. I've just been assuming nobody is watching, but anyone can watch. So, yeah. It's trickled down. Since I've been doing the streaming, I've been talking to about things that I think about. And these have taken up space regarding the things I care about in my own mind. So I take up more space in my space. A side effect is that I spend less and less time on social media. On X, less time. On Facebook, less time. On TikTok, less time. I just get absorbed by my own projects. Like doing the micro moments, that's my own project. Packaging the game, my own project. Cognitive enhancement, my own project. This whiteboard, my own project. This, that. All of it it's a result of me taking up my own space by talking about my own projects. So basically the good thing is to stream. To no one. I wonder if Elon Musk takes naps. Like if he comes to this kind of state where it's like the brain needs to rest like after heavy work. Or if he just sleeps like during the night. And he can, or someone else also. If people can recharge or keep their mind constantly recharged. Something is piece of apple stuck. Now, where was I? Oh, good. I made an X. Perfect. It's not certain that it's a good use of time to do this, because what this plan becomes depends on the result of this. And this is partly why iteration is so good, because we very quickly get to a result where we make a new plan and get the result. And so we can adjust. We are agile, we adjust our course very often. But what's good why I'm doing this anyways is because making this part aligns this part towards the future. So it makes it easier to focus on what I'm gonna do here, because I know what I need it for next. In this case it's a kind of special situation. Previously sprint, it was made much more sense, because then I was planning and then developing. And the idea was that I do the planning in order to start developing ASAP. That was the idea. So that, then I could keep that, I think I kept that in mind in some cases at least, when making the plan. But I think it's kind of just a direction, like not just a focus point of, like it's not a focus point of what to do now, it's more like a vector, like this. This is the, like it's not like I'm gonna do this checkbox, done. It's more like I'm only doing this checkbox in order to get to the next step. So the checkbox is an arrow towards this. That makes me not stall on this point, and makes me realize like this is just a stepping stone towards the future. Makes me faster. But in this specific case it seems like I'm developing kind of different aspects. Now focusing on the driving, then on the point and click, then I'll probably focus on detective, and then like that's kind of good actually. It has project management. Let's do that. was thinking I should divide it into 3 parts, because then it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It becomes much more easy to focus. Easier to I will do those. That's a suggestion for future. Then I'll have like this, then continuous. Continuous. 3 parts. Then this is 2. This is wed. And this is the. Tuesday. Wednesday. Thursday. We'll start with that. This is kind of good. I think this is kind of good. It makes it more advanced, more messy to look at. So there's a risk of cluttering here and becoming too focused on details and rigid frameworks. But I think it is good, because the rigidness is just that I'm taking a role on each day. One roll. One roll. One roll. And eventually I will have 4. And what's good here for the product owner is that I can clearly see here, like, I will have all the MVP features done by Jörn Mysterium version 4, which is nearing the middle, in the beginning of July, which makes the plan kind of, it will probably work. It might work. And it kind of pushes me to understand that I really only have this time to work on these things. So here I got a scope, so I actually fit all of the MVP features in this drive plan, because I cannot revisit to make more planning here, probably. Or more MVP planning here, because then, like, there's a kind of intuitive sense to this. Definitely an intuitive sense to time estimation. At least how I do it. Okay, so the next sprint would be this would mean at this pace MVP done. Or at least a plan. MVP plan done. It makes it easier to think what's gonna happen next. This is good, this is really good. Product owner probably is gonna like this, maybe. Or be overwhelmed. So next sprint, the third sprint, on Wednesday, spec engine. I don't know, because I don't even know what I'm gonna do with spec engine day to day. Map tool, I will add a feature +1 feature map tool. +1 feature on the map tool. Every Thursday feature will be added. I wonder, there will be no MVP map tool feature list, or will there? When will I make that one? Maybe product owner can do that. I think he can. He has a whole Friday. I have a whole Friday. Product owner, please make MVP 3D map features. List. It's a message to a future. Me. As a project owner. Okay, spec engine. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What I want to do? What do? What is the most leveraged task that I can possibly do? Maybe I should ask AI. Which AI has the best context? Is it Gemini? Maybe I'll start a new conversation that has access to a bunch of stuff. It actually has access to my Google Drive and shit. Why haven't I thought about that? I could log into my Tistou Games account and ask Gemini. Let me ask. Hello, can you check files in my Google Drive?
Let me take a quick look for you. I found a few items in your drive. In the documents section, there's the Cognitive and Cellular Health Optimization Protocol V2, which outlines your biochemical stack and daily timing windows, as well as the Move Through the Day Protocol V1 for your movement framework. You also have a shopping list spreadsheet from January of this year, and a couple of empty files. Would you like to know more about any of these?
Dude. I'm gonna log into my Tistou Games account. And then we're gonna see what it suggests as a leverage task. Spec engine. I was gonna record a message maybe. Actually, I'm not sure how much I've written about the spec engine. I haven't used the word spec engine. What document? I have the sprint document. I found this. It was hard to find. Whew. Now I have this document. Spec engine on Godot. Okay, now I have documents. Now I can talk to AI about it. My head is getting tired. What am I supposed to say to the AI agent? I've been streaming for 10 hours. It's crazy. I got a happy realization, I think. When I thought about, okay, I've been streaming for 10 hours. And I've basically been working for 10 hours with some breaks. I don't know exactly how long I've been working, but yeah, there's no crazy long break, I don't think. But then I realized, like, it doesn't feel like I've been streaming for 10 hours. It doesn't feel like I've been working that hard. And I'm starting to feel like I'm getting good at this. And then I'm starting to think like I might get successful soon, because like I might get, if I would get rich, then I would get slowed down maybe, because then I would eat chocolate. I would buy a chocolate cake. I would maybe, I don't know, travel, I don't know. I would sleep whenever I want to, wake up whenever I want to. And then I realized, like, it might be like the only way to slow me down is to make me rich. And that's when I thought, like, bigger of things, on intelligence and everything. I was just thinking, I think that's what's gonna happen. Like, some higher intelligence or system or whatever is gonna see, oh, okay, we need to slow Tistou down somehow. The only way we cannot do it by this and this and this. So the only way to do it is to make him rich. And then I become rich, and then I get a little bit slowed down. So then I was thinking, like, how can I make sure I don't slow down? I don't know. I didn't come to a conclusion there, but I will since like I'm starting to like this. Well, I've always liked making games. Depending on the circumstances, but yeah. So I think I'll probably not start playing more games. Well, a little bit more games, but not like. It's not like I'm gonna waste hours and days on World of Warcraft or something like that. I don't think so. Instead, I will, if I get my momentum going here, if it continues, and I start to roll over the obstacles, then I'll just continue making games. But with more budget, and I will just use the budget to make more games and better games and larger games, etc. And then I will make the Matrix. I'm gonna make the Matrix. I'm gonna make something where you can plug in and you forget that you're living this world completely, and you can live in the Matrix. Your body will be taken care of, and you will be put into this kind of sleep where you're connected to the Matrix, and in the Matrix you can do whatever you want. Tistou Matrix. Okay, back to today. I was gonna ask Gemini about spec engine, but why would... yeah, the leverage task, right? Can you see the document, the recent document on my Google Drive, which is called spec engine?
Let me check on that for you right now. I found the document you were asking about, which is titled Self-Improving Root Goal-Oriented AI Orchestra V6. This document details your core system parameters and the architecture for your flat file directed acyclic graph database. It also outlines the 7 operational statuses and the 6 phases of your runtime engine, which include the Scout, Context Designer, Leaf Executor, QA Agent, Short-Term Researcher, and the Context Designer Redesign. Would you like to know more about any specific part of this architecture?
That is really good. I'm using that framework, but it's not the document I was talking about. The document is specifically called Spec Engine without a space in between, and it talks about Spec Engine on Godot, and it mentions Game Atelier. And I have a little history there from the 17th of June 2026, where I kind of wrote what I was working on there. And there's also a link to a Gemini chat, but you cannot access that chat because it's on another account.
My apologies for the mix-up. Let me take another look for that specific document you mentioned. I'm still not able to locate a document by that specific name or with those details in your Google Drive. I've checked for spec engine, as well as mentions of Game Atelier and the date you provided, but nothing came up that matches that description. The closest files I found relate to your overarching system parameters or a general report on projects using the Godot engine. Could it be associated with a different account, or perhaps I should search for it using some other keywords?
It is on a different account. I'm just gonna share this to I'm not gonna say But that's really good. I actually forgot that I have written those long documents. Or root AI theory. It's really good. Because that is the foundation for all this shit. Now we're gonna see. My mistake. It was not on my drive. I have shared it now with me, so it should be possible to find it.
Got it. Now that it's shared, let me access it for you. Thanks for patience. The search still isn't bringing up the document, which might mean it hasn't quite synced with the system yet after being shared. If you happen to have the file ID from the URL, or know the specific email address of the account that shared it, you can share that with me, and I can try to fetch it directly for you.
It found the document. I gave the link to it and it could find it. Now I'm gonna ask about the leverage task. Okay, so this is part of the development of my game, and I'm thinking what can possibly be the leverage task that I should develop, because I have the Quen agent and it can write a Godot script, and while it needs to be tested, it has written one script and that script was almost perfectly written. So I suspect it will work well writing scripts, but then I have a lot of ideas about the next feature, and what I want to do is focus on making a feature that is a leverage kind of feature, something that I need, something that makes everything easier, etc., etc.
Thinking about a high leverage development task, the most logical next step would be to build a robust testing and validation system for your QA agent. Since it's already capable of writing nearly perfect code, an automated framework to verify those Godot scripts will save you countless hours of manual testing later. This would act as a meta tool that ensures the reliability of every new system or feature you add, functioning as a cornerstone for all future development. Would you like to explore how to structure this testing system to fit perfectly with your specification-driven paradigm?
Yeah, let's go.
To begin structuring your testing system, we should focus on creating automated automated validation rules that check if the Godot scripts align perfectly with the specifications outlined in Spec Engine. You can set up a system where every time a script is generated, your workflow runs a series of checks to verify logic, variable names, and functional calls against the defined models. What specific requirements or constraints from your Spec Engine would be most critical to validate first?
I'm not sure, I haven't tested it, so I actually don't know where it fails or when it fails.
Since the code has been written but not yet tested, a very practical first step would be to create a baseline test for that initial Godot script. You could set up a simple debugging routine that runs the script in a test scene to check for basic errors, correct loading, and immediate functionality. This will give you a clear indication of where the system might encounter issues and help you pinpoint what to focus on for future improvements. Does that sound like a good way to begin testing your setup?
What could this possibly mean more exactly?
To get more specific, a baseline test for your Godot script involves a few key steps. First, you'd set up an automated test environment that loads the scene or node where the script is attached. Second, you'd verify that all the required variables and component references are correctly assigned, similar to the specifications in your Spec Engine document. Third, you'd execute the primary function of the script and check for any execution errors or crashes that might indicate a logical flaw. This process ensures that the script behaves exactly as intended by your system before you integrate it further. Would you like to look into how to set up this specific test environment in Godot?
Tell me more about this test environment and what we will test.
To set up a proper test environment in Godot, you'll want to create a dedicated test scene that securely loads and instantiates the node running the generated script. Within this environment, you can test specific functionalities like whether the script correctly responds to inputs, correctly manipulates other nodes in the scene, and maintains the state action-reaction flow defined in your Spec Engine document. You could automate assertions to check that positions, values, or visual states are exactly what they should be, eliminating the need for manual inspection. Would you like to dive into how to write the code for one of these automated assertion tests?
Yeah, can you give an example first?
Certainly. Imagine you have a script that manages a player's health, and you want to ensure it doesn't drop below 0. You could write a test script that first sets the health to a specific value, then calls a damage function, and finally checks if the health is indeed greater than or equal to 0. If the result is less than 0, the test would fail, signaling a logic error in the damage function. This is a simple but highly effective way to catch bugs early. Would you like to explore how to set up similar assertions for your specific use case?
Okay, so here's my idea. I'm guessing that this tester agent would write a test script. Like, I really want to narrow things down. If you think about my root AI theory, one of the principles is to make the context as small as possible and making like micro tasks. So I'm thinking like this test kind of test coder or test developer, whatever, writes some piece of software, or like it writes some piece of software that then that software can run, and then that software either results in a fail or in a pass, and the fail state gives either like a Godot error or something like that, or it gives something like this variable had the wrong number after we tested the health, to explain like what went wrong, and then I'll connect that as a loop back to the first Quen who writes a Godot script, so that AI gets a new prompt to update the script.
That's a brilliant approach. By implementing this closed-loop system where the testing agent provides microfeedback directly to the coder, you're drastically reducing the context and enabling rapid, precise iterations of your scripts. This aligns perfectly with your root AI theory. By isolating errors and passing specific logs back as a new prompt, you're creating a self-correcting pipeline. What criteria do you think the testing agent should look for first to determine a pass or fail state?
What do you mean, what criteria? This would depend on the specific purpose of the script. Like the Quen code, I'm thinking of using Quen coder also for the one who writes the tests as well. But it depends. Like, I don't know. It will like it can be all kinds of Godot scripts that will be written.
You're absolutely right. The criteria will need to be context specific. Since your Q agent will write both the implementation script and the test script, it can analyze the specific purpose of the Godot script and generate tests tailored to verify its exact functionality. This way, the test will always align with what the script is meant to do. Shall we move to the next step, which would be defining how the Quen agent decides on the assertions to write?
Can you give some examples on writing assertions?
Certainly. In a basic Godot script, you might use the built-in assert function, like assert health greater than or equal to 0, health dropped below 0. If you're using a testing framework like that, an assertion might look like assert EQ player health 100. Players should start with full health. These checks help ensure that game mechanics behave consistently. Is there a specific part of your game you'd like to write an assertion for now?
This is a lot of work, so, but I think it might be the lever task. It might be, if it works out, because then I'm creating a loop, and then we can just run until the Godot script passes. It improves the success rate to 100%. Or, I don't know. But I don't know actually if this is needed. Like maybe the Quen model always writes great scripts, then I don't even need this. So I don't think this is the real leverage task. First I need to test it. Actually, let's take a step back. I realized that this tester agent might not be the real leverage task, since I don't know the result of my current system. It might actually give like a 90% success rate or 50% success rate, and then I can just run it a few times every time until it's good enough, until it works. Or so, like, I don't know. But I think it's, yeah. Ultimately, I always have to test myself, at least like the gameplay experience, to see that it actually works. I have to review it some way. So I'm thinking I could implement some other agent, and here are some suggestions that I've been thinking about. One is a spec writing agent that is like a planner that writes the specs for a Godot script for this coder agent. And because then I wouldn't have to write the specs, or I can make some kind of I don't know, there are so many options. Can you look through the root AI theory document version 6 and see if there's like what could possibly be the best leverage task? Look through that one, and then let's go to think about granularity and microtasks in AI orchestras.
After reviewing your self-improving root goal-oriented AI Orchestra version 6 document, the highest leverage task to build next is a headless Godot test runner harness. While having a test writing agent pass assertions to a coder agent is useful, the critical missing link is the actual execution mechanism. Without an automated way to spin up Godot headlessly, run the test scene and capture the results, the loop can't close, making it hard to automate the system autonomy. This fits perfectly with the principle of keeping context microscopic to prevent cognitive drift in the LLMs. By isolating the context to a single state transition and feeding only the previous code and the exact failure message back to the coder, the AI doesn't rewrite the entire file. Instead, it patches the specific line, preserving the determinism of your scene hierarchies. To implement this harness in Godot 4, you'd use the headless CLI argument, create a master test runner script to load and execute tests, and then pipe the output straight into a clean JSON log. Would you like to explore how to structure that master test runner script in more detail?
No, I want you to take a step back and think about all of the different AI roles, AI agents, AI goals that we could do. We could do a planner agent, we could do image generation agent, or we could do this agent, that agent. Like, there are many different agents that we can implement, and I think the tester agent is not, we will not implement the tester agent in this sprint. Like, I might do it on next sprint, but this sprint I need to do something else. I need to develop something else.
Understood. Let's step back and look at the broader landscape of AI agents you could implement for your game's development. You could build a spec writing agent that acts as a planner, breaking down high-level game features into atomic specifications and microtasks directly for the code agent. Another option is an art generation agent to create placeholder graphics, textures, or even concept art based on visual prompts. You could also consider a narrative agent to handle dialogue and story flow, or an analytics agent to help balance gameplay by monitoring stats during test runs. Given your current focus on keeping context micro-level and highly specific, which of these roles feels most aligned with the immediate priorities of your current development phase?
I mean, you just listed 3. There are like at least like 3 more.
You're right, there are certainly more than 3. In addition to the others, you could implement an audio agent to generate sound effects and music, a UI/UX agent to handle menu layouts, a localization agent for translating text, or even a system optimization agent to monitor performance. Which of these do you think would provide the most leverage for your current sprint?
Well, okay, let's consider that this agent that I made can write all of the Godot scripts that we need for the game. Now we need to think about what other things we need for the infrastructure of the game, not when it comes to assets or generating images or audio, etc. Just like the infrastructure, so that we can easily just populate the game with like switching assets, basically. Like the whole goal is to create all of the essential infrastructure, which are partly Godot scripts, but there are also other things, like maybe a scene template, or maybe it's some kind of connection to something, or like I'm not sure what other files we would need.
For creating a robust infrastructure that supports easily switching assets, you'll want to focus on a few key structural elements. First, consider designing base scene templates or prefabs. These serve as blueprints for your game objects, ensuring consistent setup and allowing you to swap out the visual or logical components seamlessly. Second, you might implement resource files, such as custom resources, to define the properties and data of different assets. This decouples the data from the object itself, making it much easier to manage and replace content. Lastly, you could create an auto-load or singleton to serve as a central asset manager, handling the loading, instantiating, and switching of these assets in your game world. Would you like to focus on setting up and begin developing one of these systems for your next sprint?
I don't know what I'm gonna do on Wednesday. I don't know what the leverage task is. What is the leverage task? Something that makes everything easier. Create root AI. I'm thinking maybe I need to actually combine the spec engine with the Atelier. like the spec engine can do, write game mechanics and then connect like all the infrastructure, and then on another tab you open the atelier, and the AI, when it creates these game mechanics and stuff, it also connects to tools in the game atelier. So if you develop something like I want the user to be able to have different cars, then it's implemented in the Godot and connected to Atelier, so Atelier can generate 3D models of cars to add in, something like that. Maybe planning the spec engine, MVP features on the spec engine. Spec engine is gonna make all the Godot scripts for the driving, but it's not gonna, there's so many things it's not gonna create, like the positions on the wheels, a lot of manual stuff that I'm gonna create. And it's just manually making the Godot game. I knew it was raining. I heard it when I came out of the shower. I heard water, but when I looked out I didn't see any rain. And now it's raining. It's great. It's too hot. In a couple of minutes I think it's time for my omelette. Yes, 17 o'clock, it's omelette time. It means I'm gonna write history. 5 minutes to write history? That's not possible. Cut losses. I did not manage to plan spec engine. I didn't manage to make the sprint specific either. Do I make like a Okay, what did I do today? I was mentally prepared from yesterday. In what way? Backlog. It was what did I do first? I'm gonna go back in time. Took a while until I had everything in order. That's when I shared stream. I woke up early today. I woke up 6 in the morning. Very strange. What did I do? I spent this. I invented. I was talking about. I woke up. I had specific ideas. What I could possibly. I was mentally prepared. Woke up with specific ideas.
And I make a scene agent. And I make a test agent. I'd like to mention another track that I was thinking about. Instead of making a test agent, I keep my code a script agent, a Quen script agent, and I make a scene agent. And this scene agent makes scenes in Godot. It chooses the nodes and it chooses what the node connects to script-wise.
Scene. And I came to the conclusion of not having a scene agent but a scene software instead. UI. That's what I'm gonna do. Spec engine is gonna get a UI. Genius! Going back in time is a superpower.
Basically, the only purpose of this leaf executor agent is to create a scene. Actually, I'm not going to go into details, but I was thinking of opening Godot there and checking. Actually, yeah, I think so. I got it. This will enrich my. Wait a minute. I'm starting to work now. I need to do things like make my yoga, root AI Godot product, 2 different products. The atelier needs some piece of software that can create a scene. If I make the atelier. But the purpose of making this software that can create a scene is first of all to automate that process so that it's faster.
Now I'm not so sure about the UI anymore. I can evaluate. UI will just slow me down. That creates a new thing to do upkeep on. Not UI. But potentially I can like re-architect, improve the architecture. Because now it's hard-coded things like, it's hard-coded. So maybe I can automate it a bit more. Maybe that's why I need a UI. I want to automate something. I'm gonna take an image of this one. So I have this in case I want to work on test agent in the future. How can I speed up my development? How can I become faster, efficient? I made a mistake yesterday. I forgot to put my frozen egg in the fridge, so I actually don't have omelette ready. Completely frozen. How do I thaw this? Can I thaw this within an hour or two? Is that possible? If I thaw it too quickly, the glass will break. It's cold. It's nice. Alright, temperature seems to be working. Spec engine, leverage task. I was thinking of writing something there, that's why I erased it. Instead of the tester agent, I was thinking of UI and then no. And then I was thinking about general automation of things, because now the code has, let's take a look at the code. I'm not sure if that's the right way to think about it. Only the temp file. What is it? Do I have to open a project? What? What? Task. Leave executor role. So when I'm gonna use this, I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna ask Gemini. No, not this one. This one is okay. I'm gonna change this one. I'm gonna talk to, on Tuesday I'm gonna talk a lot about planning the drive, mechanics, features, MVP stuff, and then create the project, and then dev drive using the spec engine. I'm gonna use this Gemini. Can I get the like full architecture MVP for the drive mechanics, and then feature list and the architecture and the full architecture into scripts. I feel like this is just gonna slow me down. It needs to make the specs better if I just ask Gemini. And get the code and copy and paste the code. I work like that, like I have done before. The whole purpose of agentic is that I'm not going to need to copy and paste a bunch of files and code. I need to be able to say this file, I need this file to do this. Maybe I need to create like a feature agent. Or maybe I'll try using Gemini to run this. And then just see what happens. That's not the way to have control. I mean, this spec contains more characters than the code. Contains more tokens than the code. Am I wasting time? The whole purpose of an agentic system is to have the agent change the files, and it does change the file directly here. So that's good. But some agent needs to say this target file path needs this spec prompt. But it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense because it's an AI talking to an AI, and the AI, both AI can speak Godot script. So the first AI, if they really want to convey a specific idea to the other AI, the AI could basically say, oh, I want you to write this Godot script into this file, and then there's no purpose for this coin agent that does code. The whole purpose is that like there's no point of using human when it comes to efficiency. When it comes to review, yes, a human needs to see and understand. But when it comes to AI talking to AI, why are they using English? Why are they talking through a spec? Okay, I'm gonna think a little bit about first principles. I don't need the photo anymore on the other screen. So I'm going to take this one and put this on the TV. Scrap this one. put that one there. I can talk to Gemini if I want to. Maybe I should. Should I show the TV or just the webcam? I think I'm just going to show the webcam. Yeah, let's have focus on this part now, because it's root AI kind of things. Phone. Mouse pointer. I'm not satisfied with how Gemini handled the conversation, because it's not been trained. I don't think it's been trained on a lot of AI solutions, so it couldn't understand and come with suggestions. Okay, we have my ruled hierarchy. Wait a minute. I'm gonna open and look at the photo. Vantage goal. That's what I was thinking about in the beginning. I'm beginning to think like it's like writing game mechanics and the scripts and the infrastructure for this game. It's gonna go pretty straightforward. It's gonna be easy. It's gonna be so easy. The Godot is so yes it o make it that I can use it. I want that's what I think. I don't have a lot of money for a friends, but I can't spare $20, $200, 200 Swedish crowns. Like I've been using Cloud Code before. I'm gonna check on the faucet and then come back. Almost enough has thawed so I can make an omelette. That went very fast. That's the idea. Engine. This is done. So well, like Kitty's script, that is okay, let's say we can do, but something like what's happening here? Maybe heat and moisture is making the wardrobes move. I gotta get clear. Gotta get clear on what files I need for infrastructure. And I will get this from Cloud AI. Full architecture. And that's done. And then, yeah, the point is like, this has got to be done by Cloud AI, because full arc well, maybe I can ask like iterate on it, or if I can write the spec, but the spec is so specifically written. I'm just gonna try open Quen, or should I do it? Should I make a UI so I can prompt my Quen more easily? Make scripts. Make the script. Make the script, update the script. I need to test, but I'm gonna assume it's gonna work. That's why I'm doing this. I'm gonna assume it works. And then I have all of the GD scripts done. But what I need, like all of these are done, but in order to consider all of them done, I need a spec. And these are not done. And the idea is that the architecture will either contain or create this. The architecture will not contain this, but some AI will write them from the architecture, like a selected part of the architecture. Like the AI will get this selected part and architecture, and then it will say like, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this, I need this. Can this AI contain this context locally? Like, in order to produce these. The architecture cooks. I'm not hearing anything. It's working. Is this pen wasted? Maybe. I'm gonna check this one. Oh, this one has recovered. Maybe it just needs recovering. Context. In order to write specs. But the thing here is, like, if this AI can understand programming enough to write specs, why isn't it writing the Godot script directly? Because it needs to understand Godot in order to write the spec. It needs to understand the scene structure, the kind of way things work. But I guess it might work. It depends if there is an AI model that can do this. Some kind of, like, I'm thinking we can try it with Quen as well. Maybe Quen can divide this context into specs. And like in the spec is like how this talk to this and how this talk to this. Blows my mind to abstractify this. And I'm thinking, like, there are a lot of smart people with more resources. Bigger teams are working on things like this. which makes me think like I should be doing something else. Maybe I should do a okay. If I don't think about all of this, then what would I do on my Wednesday upgrade route AI? Then I would maybe start working on the atelier instead, or think about how to make each scene like a walkable area, calculating a walkable area in a scene or something. Like a feature. The architecture feature, like a car you can drive with your arrows. Feature. Context. Camera follows car. Then it generates that one. But also needs to think about that one. This context has to contain like all the maybe all or at least part of the code base have to be in the context in order to upgrade. It depends on how I design it. Like if the architecture is like modular, extremely modular, super modular, like here we have all scripts for a scene. Module. A module contains a number of features. I could probably talk to AI about this, about granularity, but it might start to try to teach me things that I can't understand. Okay, this is great, and I made it work, but now I'm thinking, what would be the next step?
Now that your coder agent is nailing every script, the logical next step is to build your testing agent, or phase 2. This agent will take the code just written and run it in Godot's headless mode to check for any errors or bugs. If the test fails, it can capture those error logs and send them back to the system to start a fresh generation cycle. Would you like to discuss how you want to handle those error logs or set up the headless testing environment?
No, let's skip the tester and make something else.
We could move on to a spec planning agent that breaks larger design requests into much smaller, specific tasks for the coder, which helps increase the success rate of each generation step. Alternatively, we could explore a scene composition agent that focuses on placing nodes and setting up the node hierarchy in your Godot scenes. What kind of functionality do you want to tackle next?
I want a spec planning agent.
This agent would sit right before your coder agent. You provide it with a high-level goal, such as create an inventory system, and its job would be to break that down into modular, bite-sized specifications for each file that needs to be created. It would output these specs one by one, allowing your coder agent to tackle them sequentially, ensuring each task remains incredibly simple and easy to complete. Would you like to explore how to prompt a small model like Quen to act as this planner, or should we define the exact format for the specs it should generate?
I'm gonna try it. Or maybe that's something I should do on the spec engine day. Yeah, let's do that on the spec engine day. Spec agent research spec agent, or Quen spec agent. Yeah, that's it. Research and the spec agent. also coordinate. Done. I'm starting to think that maybe the backlog is not necessary.